Alright guys, alright. So guys, here we are back to the demo. Right now we're going straight to work. So we're going to start by building the back end. We're going to start by building the back end, then we proceed to build the HTML front end, then we proceed to build the React.js front end, and finally we proceed to build the Next.js front end. Next.js 13, of course. You get to see the new awesome features that we're going to be using in Next.js 13, which is the latest version of Next.js, right? So we're going to start by building the back end. We'll barely have anything to do with the UI interface in this first video. So don't forget, this video is a video series. You get to see the videos in bits, right? In bits. So this video we're going to record, we're going to have the back end, and then if you are interested in learning just the back end, this video is for you. But if you want the full course, the link to the complete series, to the complete playlist of all the videos in this tutorial, in this course, will be added. The link will be added in the video description. So do well to check the video description so you can find the link to the complete series where you can watch everything from the intro to the backend, which is this, to the HTML, to the React, to the Next.js 13 version, and then finally the outro of the series. All right, so we're starting with the backend. This video is for the backend. So let's get to work. Enough of the beating around. Yeah. So what do you need to build this project along with me? Of course, you need Node.js, right? You need Node.js. So head to the Node.js website, nodejs.org, and then get to download this latest this LTS version. Download the LTS version, which is the recommended version for now, the lifetime support version. Then so go to nodejs.org, download. It's basically normal software installation, just a normal software installation process. So download Node.js, and then as well I'll be using Visual Studio Code, which is the most popular IDE developer, the most popular code editor for developers, right? VS Code is powerful. VS Code is basically an operating system on its own, right? That's some bit of sarcasm. No. Is that sarcasm? It's not sarcasm. I mean, that's a hype. Yeah, that's a hype. So Node.js is basically an operating system. That's not true, but I mean, consider it to be like that. VS Code. VS Code is basically an operating system. Like I said, that's not true, but it's cool. You've got so much extensions to make VS Code more like an operating system of its own. VS Code is cool. So download VS Code, and then you get to see me use it. So guys, let's go. Let's go. The next screen you get to see will be VS Code. So let's go to VS Code, of course. A new prompt. Good. So we have a new prompt totally from scratch. So like I said, I'm going to show you guys how to build everything from scratch. Okay, so how do we start a totally new project as a beginner? First things first, you need to create. There are two different ways actually that I create GitHub repositories. So one thing I didn't mention is that you need a GitHub account as well to follow up, right? So you need a GitHub account to follow up. So I'm going to go and I'm not going to show the account creation process. It's GitHub. The process can be a little complicated. I mean, that process is something else, but it's something anybody should be able to do, right? So go to github.com, create an account if you don't have one yet. All right, so I already have an account, sure. So I'm going to go. We're going to go to GitHub. I'm going to show you how to create a repository. So the first thing you need to do to make life easier is to create a repository. There are two ways I create repositories, right? But I want the project to be pretty comfortable for beginners. So I'm going to use the method that will be convenient for beginners, which is we create a repository first, we clone it, and then we work inside of it. So let's go and create the repository first. Let's go back to the browser, and then let's go back to GitHub, and then we'll create a new repository, right? So I want to create a new repository. So like I said, you need to have an account first. So now repository name, let's call it developer profiles project YouTube, or let's give it underscore here, underscore YouTube dash live. Already exists. Good, right? Fine. Okay, so let's just say a live version. I already created something similar while building the demo build. So right now, let's just call this one. Let's add a live to this one. So a live version, a live build version of the developer profiles project on YouTube for YouTube, right? Let's say for YouTube, right? So this is basically a description, right? It's going to show when we create the repo, right? So this is important. It shows us it gets added to the README if you agree, and then it as well stays as the description of your repo. Is very important. It's very important that the description is very is catchy, right? Especially if you're going to add the repo to the pin the repos on your profile. So of course it's going to stay public, and then we're going to add the readme, of course, and then everything stays like that. Let's go create the repository. So we're going to create the repository, and then we're going to clone it. And when we clone the repository, we're now going to work with it directly. So this method of creating a repository makes the process easy for beginners, right? They don't have to go through the connect app. Let me not complicate things again while trying to make it simple. So this is just the easiest way to work with repositories as beginners, right? I don't think there's an easier way than this. So you create the repository, you go and clone it, and then you work with it. So now we need the link to the repository, right? So you can get it from here. Just click this button, you copy it, or you go ahead and copy the URL directly. So anyone you choose works. So let's copy the URL directly, Ctrl C, and then let's go over here into our terminal, into our code editor. Of course, I'm bringing out the terminal. So to bring out the terminal VS Code, you can use this option up here, see the terminal, or you can use, I'm on Windows. We already have our terminal. All right, so let's go to where let's check out. Let's go to the directory where I want to add my project, master, cd ls, okay, cd code stuff, yeah, code stuff, ls. Where do I want it to be? I want it to be inside YouTube content, cd, YouTube. I don't need to type everything though. Once I know the name of the directory, cd means you want to go into a directory, right? This is bash stuff, Linux kind of stuff. So if you don't know Linux command, you go and learn Linux command, right? Just Google search Linux commands, shell operations, shell navigation, right? These are basic shell navigation stuffs. So cd, I want to go into YouTube content. I don't need to type it all, just the tab does it for me. So once I tap, as long as that name is unique, gives me, and then YouTube content, and then let's see what we have here. Developer profiles project YouTube. Good. So I can now put it inside of YouTube content. So now that I have YouTube content, I can now add it here. Git clone. This is the command. All the while I've been navigating, just trying to get to the folder I want the project to be in, right? So now git clone, and then we add the link that we copied from YouTube, right? That's the command to bring it into your computer. So let's go git clone, and then now I'm going to have it inside of my computer. So the next time I check, you're going to see developer profiles. Yeah, see it here. So now I want to go into it. So I go developer. I want the live one. Good. So I'm into it now. Let's open it. Let's start out that folder. Let's start out that particular folder so we know we don't have any distractions from VS Code. To do that, you go with code and period. So code period opens a new instance of VS Code for you. So now we can close this instance. Thanks for helping us with navigation and cloning. We're done with you. So we now have our project, right? Developer profiles project live. So it came with the README we created. All right. So it came with the README we created. So like I said, the project has a live version already. The repo is already created, right? The repo is already created. So you can check out the repo and get to learn anything and get to see anything you need to see, right? You can get important stuff you are going to need from the repo. For example, you can see the Tailwind CSS command there, and then there might be some important stuff you want to follow along even while I'm teaching. So let's go to YouTube. Let's go to YouTube and let's check out the project. Yeah, the project is YouTube. I'm coming. YouTube. Yeah, this is it. Just take out. I removed the live and it shows us the project. So this is the project repository. Yeah, this is the project repository. You get to see the live link, and again you get to see some relevant stuff like this will be very important. We're going to be using this. No problem. I'm going to show you guys how to do it actually. So the project repo is live already. In case you need anything, the live link is here. You can just, anything you need at all, you can come. You can come over here and check it out. So at this moment, I've only recorded the backend. Sorry, I've only built the backend and the HTML client. But hopefully, by the time you'll be watching this video, I would have built the React.js version as well and the Next.js version. So up next, let's go back to VS Code, and then inside of VS Code, we're going to use our terminal. I don't understand what's happening. My shortcut isn't working. What's happening? Oh gosh, my bad. I was hitting the wrong key. It isn't Alt tilde. I'm sorry. It is Control tilde. Sorry, my bad, guys. Control tilde. So to bring out your terminal, it's not Alt tilde, Control tilde. I got used to the Alt key because I use it to navigate around tabs like this, right? So I just hit Alt tab and then it helps me navigate. So to bring out your terminal, it's Control tilde. You open and close it, right? So it's not Alt. So here we go. We are now currently inside of our project. I just showed you guys the GitHub repository now. So like I said, we'll start by building the backend. So what are we going to do? How do we start the backend project? All right. So first things first, we're going to create the backend folder. We're going to call it server. So I can create it right from here, and I can create it equally with the help of VS Code. So let me do it from here. The command for that is mkdir, and then I'm going to call it server. Right, so you're going to see it's going to show up there. So I just created a folder. Linux commands are awesome. They help you do some amazing stuff without the GUI, without the graphical user interface. So those are basically what those shell commands help you do. They give you superpowers as a developer. So it's important, if you don't know shell commands, if you don't know basic shell navigation, those bash commands, if you don't know them, it's important to learn them as a developer, even if you're not using Linux, right? If you're not using Linux, you can use WSL, Windows subsystem for Linux. It helps you do Linux kind of stuff inside of Windows. So I just created the server folder, which is the folder we're going to be working in. I don't know. So like I said, you can create it from here using the shell navigation, the bash commands like I just did. I just used a bash command to create the server folder. So you can equally use VS Code. So we'll need the client folder as well. So the server is for the backend. That's what I call my backend folders. If I'm working with full stack project, I call the backend folder server, and then the front end I call it client. But in this case, we're going to be building 3 different front ends. So let's just call the next front end HTML client. It should be the front end for the HTML version. The React.js and Next.js version will do that when we are bootstrapping the app, right? So we don't have needless a needless stacking of folders, right? We don't have needless nesting of folders. So we have the server folder, we have the HTML client, which will hold our HTML version. Now we can head into the server folder, we can cd into the server folder and then perform some basic operations there. So now that we have our server folder, the next thing to do is we're going to be installing some dependencies. We're going to install some dependencies and some dev dependencies, right? So what is the difference between a dependency and a dev dependency? A dependency is a project, a dependency is a tool, right? Dependencies and dev dependencies, they are basically tools, right? Some of those tools will be using like Axios. We're not going to be installing Axios. We'll install it when working with Next.js and React.js. But for the HTML, we'll use a CDN, right? So basically, you install dependencies. Some of those tools you use, you install them, right? So a dependency is any of those tools that you're going to need for your project here, and you are as well going to need it on the server when you deploy it. And a dev dependency is one you only need for your project here, right? So for the backend, for this server folder, we're going to have a number of dependencies, and then for the dev dependency is only one. We're going to be using NodeMon. NodeMon helps us to keep our server alive. Actually, you don't need NodeMon with the current version of Node.js, right? But it's important because you might have someone running an old version of Node.js. So let's keep on using NodeMon for the meantime. So we're going to be installing some dependencies and NodeMon, which is going to be our dev dependency. So what dependencies are we going to be installing? We're going to be installing COS. So we go with npm install. When you install Node.js, you automatically get npm, you get the superpower. So npm install, we're going to be adding COS, installing COS. So what is COS? COS is basically, it means cross origin resource sharing. So that's what COS stands for, CORS, cross origin resource sharing. Your front end is going to be deployed on Vercel, right? It's going to have a .vercel URL, and then your back end is going to be deployed on render. It's going to have a .render, I think .on render, something like that. That's the URL is going to have. That's the URL. So your front end is deployed on a different URL. Your back end is deployed on they are deployed on different servers, sorry, and they have different URLs, right? Deployed on different server and they have different URLs. So how do they communicate? They don't have the same origin, they don't have the same URL, right? So that's where COS comes in. COS allows your backend to communicate with front ends that are making requests to it, even though they are not on the same server, they are not having the same origin or URL, right? So that is basically what COS does. It permits our API to accept requests from front ends that are not ours, that are not having the same origin as our backend. They don't have the same URL, right? So that's what course is all about. So in this course, I'm going to make it very, very detailed. Like I said, it's a course for my mentees, for my students, but enjoy it. It's premium content for free, so it's going to be awesome. All right, so we're going to be adding course to the project. Then we're going to have .env. .env helps us work with environmental variables. So there are some probably access tokens, passwords, things you want to keep secret. You don't want to expose them to the public. We're going to be pushing to GitHub, right? So when we push to GitHub, there are some probably access tokens, passwords, some things you just want to keep secret. Okay, so such stuffs you want to hide them, and then .env helps us to do that. So we're going to be installing Express, of course, and then Express is our backend framework for Node.js. React.js is a front-end library. Next.js is a front-end framework. Express.js is backend. So we're going to be installing Express, and then of course we're going to be installing Mongoose. Mongoose is an ODM, an object document mapper. It helps us set up. It helps us create setups that enable us to interact with our database MongoDB very easily. So those are the 4 dependencies we're going to be needing. Then we're going to now install NodeMon. I can just do it one by one. I can install all of this first, and then I do the same thing npm, right? Install. I can do it one by one, but let's do it together. NodeMon, and then since NodeMon is a dev dependency, you see for these ones I didn't add this other stuff, but because NodeMon is a dev dependency, I want to save it as a dev dependency. So we add the flag, we add this -- save dev flag. So now we have our command is complete. Let's hit enter. npm does all the installations for us. So right, so there we go. Our installations are running. So while our installations are running, what can we be doing on the server? Let's just with a bit. I guess I should have a very good network connection here. So we're going to have all of these. They're going to be installed for us, and then we're going to now, yeah, that's it. We have it. They're coming. All right, they're here. So almost good, done. We have it. Right, so our installation is complete, and then we have Node modules. Don't be scared. Node modules is basically what holds all of those dependencies we just installed. Then we have 2 extra files. You don't need to bother about this package lock, right? This is the one we care about most. So you can see our dependencies were installed. Okay, now the dev dependency is coming. NodeMon is coming. We ran 2 commands, right? We ran 2 different commands, the dependencies and the dev dependencies. So you're going to see now NodeMon is in. So our installations now are complete. Good. So now that our installations are complete, when you're working with Node.js, which is what we're going to be working with, we're going to be working with Node.js, Express.js, Mongoose, and MongoDB, of course. So when you're working with Node.js, there are 2 ways you can use modules. And in this tutorial, we're going to be using the ES6 modules, right? we're going to be using ES6 modules, so we're going to be using import and export statements instead of the require way of importing dependencies or local imports, right? So in some tutorials, you get to see require this, right? But in this case, we want to use ES6 modules. So how do we do that? We implement that by saying type, and then we need quotes, of course, type, and then we say colon, and then we say module, right? Module. So this is what we're going to be using. So this enables us to work in Node.js as if you're working with React, import, export, right? So good, we have this. The next thing we want to do is we want to set up our script, right? We want to set up our script. We want two scripts. So this is one other helpful stuff that your package.json helps you do. Whether working on the front end or on the back end, you can set up some scripts that automates processes for you. So in this case, we want two scripts, right? So we want a start script. The start script is going to be for our server. It's going to be for the live deployment, right? It's going to be the command that starts our API on the server. So how do we do that? We say node app.js, right? App.js will be our entry point for the Node.js application. Then we want dev, right? Dev is going to be the starting command for our local server, right? So we're using node-mon, of course, node-mon, and then app.js. So when we deploy to the live server, starts the live server there, and then when we deploy here locally, we use dev. All right, so here we go. We're done with our script. Then what else? Good. When you are deploying to render, we're going to be deploying to render, right? So when you're deploying to render, in the past I've encountered some issues with deploying. It's an issue. I've encountered an issue when deploying to render. So they kind of have an issue with old version of Node.js, right? So you need to specify here that you are deploying to, you want a Node.js version that is greater than 14, right? So this is simply what we're going to do here. We say greater than 14, greater than or equal to 14. So your Node.js version should not be less than 14, or else you might encounter the same error on render. This is not necessary, it's just render specific because we're going to be deploying our backend to render. So you might not see this in a lot of backend projects. So there we go. Our script, I guess, is done. We have our two commands, we have our dependency, we have our dev dependency. So we are done with setting up our package.json. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create our backend entry point, which is going to be the app.js file. So app.js, that's going to be our backend entry point. So after we create our app.js file, we're going to set up we're going to make a basic server setup, So we're going to make our imports. So how are we going to do that? We use, it's important to use comments. So we keep our code clean. Dependency import, let's say dependency import. So we're going to import Express, of course. Express from Express, no, that's not what we want. Good. Excuse me. We're going to import .env as well. .env from .env. Good. Mongoose, yeah, that was Code Whisperer. Code Whisperer is an AI I use. Code Whisperer is Amazon's answer to Copilot. GitHub Copilot and then Amazon Code Whisperer. So I use AWS Code Whisperer. I'm going to make a video on that. I'm going to make a video showing you guys how you can use Amazon Code Whisperer as well. Code Whisperer is super cool. I use it for free, but GitHub Copilot, I don't know if it's free at the moment, but back then you needed a subscription after exhausting the free period. I've been using Code Whisperer for free. I don't know if I'm on a free trial or something, but I don't think so. So Code Whisperer is amazing. I've been using it for free. It's made by Amazon, right? So dependency, there's a little typo here. Dependency. All right, correct. So that's let's not bother about that. So dependency import. So I don't need body parser. We're going to use the built-in Express parser. We're going to use Express has a built-in parser, so we don't need body parser. So that is basically for passing our JSON request, right? Our JSON request coming to the API. So we pass them more like, yeah, just let's just say passing. So we pass them and we're able to access them and make use of them inside of our API. So that's what the JSON parser should do. But like I said, we're going to be using the native Express.js parser. So the next thing to do is to import uh, we don't have, yeah, we're going to have local imports later, but not now. We're going to have local imports later. Right now, let's just initialize our dependencies. So we say dependency initialization, I like that. It's code whisperer. Good. So we just want to call our dependencies now. So app is equals to express. You invoke your express framework. Good. The env, we invoke the env, and then yeah, let's bring a course app.use, right? Course code whisperer can hallucinate sometimes, right? Can give you errors sometimes, can give you issues. App.use, that's for course as well. So app.use, let's bring in express.json. Yeah, that's how we're going to be passing our JSON. Code whisperer can hallucinate, can give you issues. You just have to be careful the way you use it. Even Copilot, yeah, they can give you incomplete code. They fail to complete the uh, punctuations. Am I correct? I I forgot. What do I call it? They fail to complete the signs, right? The curly braces, the square curly braces, and the brackets. They fail to complete them sometimes, so you get issues with using those stuffs. So you just have to be careful how you accept suggestions from them. So it's already crying out database. I'm not ready for database. Shut up. All right. So app express invoke the env, we're good to go. Now let's just create a simple endpoint. We call it test endpoint. So we're basically going to test if our server is already working. So app.get is basically a get request. We're going to make a get, we're going to send a get request to the root endpoint, and then we're just going to make some noise. So this is how you build endpoints. So now we have basically installed our dependencies, and then we have invoked our dependencies, right? So now we want to test if our app is already working. If our Express app, if our server, we call it the server, if our Express server is working. So we're going to create a test endpoint. So when you're working with Express, this is how it goes. We're making a get request, you use app.get. Remember, we invoked Express, we called app.use. Uh, yeah, we called Express app. So this is where we initialized Express and we call it app. So wherever you see this app instance, you're simply talking to Express. So if you're making a get request, right? When you're working with APIs, I'm going to talk about this when we go to Postman. When you're working with APIs, when you're building APIs, you're building backends. Like I explained in the intro, you're basically doing four things: create, read, update, and delete. So the get gives you, as a backend engineer, you build the API, right? You build the backend, the server, API, whatever you call it. You build the API and then you document it and give your front end engineers, your front end developers, to give them access to the documentation and they are able to see what is inside of the API, right? So they're able to see the endpoints, they're able to see the endpoints that they can work with. All right, so if you're building a get endpoint is basically the excuse me, a get endpoint is the read chore. So when you are trying to give your front end engineers the ability to read, to get data from the database, you use the get you use the get method on Express. So if you are trying to give them the ability to post, meaning to create, right? C in CRUD. If you're trying to give them the ability to create, to use post. If you're trying to give them the ability to update, you can use put, this put, or put, this put, and this patch. But we're going to be using patch. They are different, but you're going to be using patch, and then of course app.delete if you want to enable your front-end developers to delete stuff from the database. So these are the four basic Express methods that you use to build APIs, right? So get helps them to fetch data, post helps them to create entries, to make inputs to the database, patch helps them to update, and then delete helps them to delete, of course, from the database, right? So these are the four basic steps we're going to be working with. Like I explained earlier, these are the four components of CRUD, right? CRUD, CRUD, C, this is R, create, I'm coming, create, this is no, this goes up, that's create, C, read, R, patch is, P is update, yeah, thanks, that was correct. And then delete is D. There you go, you have CRUD, CRUD. So let's get this all out of here. So now to build an endpoint is basically where your developer hits, where your front end request hits, right? So when your front end request hits an endpoint, then something is going to happen. So you give the endpoint any name you want it to have, and then when you give it that name, the next thing to do is to write the function that will be executed when that endpoint is hit. So every express process, right? Every express process takes two arguments. First, it takes your endpoint, right? You can call your endpoint whatever. I can call it get data. So whenever your front end engineer makes a request that gets data, remember that front end engineer, remember it can be you, right, if you are full stack. So whenever the front end engineer hits the get data endpoint, then something is going to happen. So that's where you add the second argument, right? Copilot is already whispering, but I'm scared it might give us an error. Right, let's just go with what is whispering. Code whisperer, sorry, not Copilot here. Code whisperer, right? So you see, it missed the last curly brace. I have to add that so it can give you. It's still missing closing bracket, right? So it can give you errors. You just have to be careful how you use it. So this is the endpoint, the first argument, right? The first parameter. This is the endpoint, and then this is the function. It's simply an arrow function, right? So the first parameter is the endpoint, and then the second parameter is the arrow function. Okay, so it mustn't be an arrow function. You can write a regular function there. You can write your function outside and invoke it inside. This is and call it inside, right? This is JavaScript. So this is just JavaScript stuff. But it's preferably you use an arrow function. So these are the two parameters, right? Your endpoint, which is a string, and then your function which executes once that endpoint is hit. So this is the beauty of this tutorial. We're going to build everything. So you're going to see how I build all of this from the back end, and then you're going to see how we hit the endpoint, how we make requests to it. All the requests, we're going to make them, we're going to get data, we're going to make updates. It's going to be an awesome tutorial that teaches you everything in so much detail, just like I'm doing already. You'll rarely find YouTube tutorials teaching you things with this much breakdown, and that's why I said it's actually premium content for free. So this is the first endpoint. The moment we hit the get data, it's not a get data endpoint, it's just a root endpoint, nothing attached, right? Just the API URL. So the moment we hit the API URL, the root URL, we get this coming up. We get this as our response. So So rest.send message hello world. I don't want to send hello world. I don't send an object. I just want to send a string. So let's send a string, and then we say hello world. Right, the developer profiles. No. Yeah, let's go this way. The developer profiles project server is live, right? Let's make everything uppercase. Hello world, and then the developer profiles project server is live. Let's give some exclamations here. So hello world, the developer profiles project server is live. So whenever we hit the root endpoint, this is the response we want to get. So now we have created our test endpoint, right? I'm going to show you guys how to test this endpoint in Postman. So you might be wondering, how do backend engineers, how do they where do they get the front end to make a request from? Right? That might be what you're wondering. So now I told you guys, when you hit the endpoint, you make a request to it. This is what happens. So you might be wondering, how do the front end, sorry, how does the back end developer building the API, how does it get a front end to make a request from? We're going to use a tool, we're going to use a software called Postman. I actually have an extension in VS Code that helps me do that. I'm going to make a video on that as well. It's called Thunder Client. It's a super amazing replacement for Postman, right? I use Thunder Client. Thunder Client is cool. It's more like Postman, but it's inside of VS Code. You can see why I said VS Code is an operating system, right? This is even little. There's Figma. There's Figma inside of VS Code now. So VS Code is just awesome. So I'm going to show you guys all of those in another video. But right now, we're going to use Postman for this tutorial. Postman is actually the de facto, is the most popular API development tool out there. So it's important that you understand how to work with Postman. Right, so the next thing we're going to do is test endpoint. Right, so we need to return a status. We actually don't need to send a status, but let's do it the right way. So let's say if our status, let's send a status code. So we're basically saying if we're basically telling the server, good. Now let me introduce you guys to status codes first of all. Status codes are codes that indicate the state of a request. So let's go to the browser. Let me show you guys that inside of MDN. So what are status codes? Status codes indicate the state of a request, right? They indicate whether a request has been completed or whether it has failed. So you can see the link to this. Page is on MDN. You can come check it out and get to learn more about status codes. So 200 meaning the request is successful, right? Then here is the response. So you are simply saying, hey, our request is successful, status code 200, and here is the response because it's a successful request, right? So status code 200 means the request is successful. So we say rest.status 200 and then we send, meaning we are giving an extra indication on the response, right? We're simply adding a status code of 200 on the response. So this is the response. That's the response. Hello world, the developer profiles project is live. All right, so I have automatic code formatting. I didn't format it myself, it formatted automatically. That's because I have Prettier installed. So if you want that automatic code formatting, you can simply go to the extensions and search for Prettier. Prettier is one of the most popular code extensions out there. So you search for Prettier code formatter and then you install it. So when you install it, you need to do some setup, and then I don't know if it's you might, yeah, probably there might be some configurations that happen automatically and then it begins to work out of the box. But in case it doesn't work automatically, just keep it at the back of your mind that you will then need to make some customizations, right? So install Prettier. If you still need to make customizations, you can do some Google searches and then get that done. So right now we're done setting up our test request. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to now we're going to make our server go live, and then we will now be able to test inside of Postman. So how do we do that? We say app, we are interacting with Express again, app.listing. So what are we listing for? First of all, let's app.listing. Okay, let's just log a simple stuff into the console.log, and then just a string. We say server is live, right? So app.listing, first of all, we need to add a port that we are listening on, right? So app.listing, we are listening on a port. So a port is basically that a port is basically the it kind of creates a local URL for you to interact with your API. Don't worry, you're going to see it come alive. So first of all, let's create our port. Let's make our port a variable, right? So port, let's call it everything uppercase ORT is equals to 5,000, right? So we're calling our port 5,000. So first of all, first parameter inside of our listing will not be our log function. It will not be our log function. The first parameter will be our port. just like the API. We'll pass our port in there, and then come on, I'm missing it. It should be all uppercase port, and then we take a callback function. Should I call this a callback function? We're still going to use an array function, of course. So after listing, then we do a simple console log. I think we should go with code whisperer here. Right, so let's give it completing curly brace and then the completing brace, right? Good. So after listing, server is running on port which is 5000, right? So now we have a basic excuse me. Now we have a basic Node.js server running. Okay, so the next thing to do is to test our server on port 5000, which is localhost 5000. No, let's go to Postman. Yeah, I have Postman open. So good. This is Postman. Postman, like I said earlier, Postman is a tool that helps you interact with APIs. You need Postman, whether you're a front-end engineer or you're a back-end engineer, you need Postman. A lot of front-end engineers don't use Postman, and I think that's actually bad. I think it's bad. You need Postman to be able to interact properly with your APIs. All right, so this is Postman. So with Postman, you can make requests. So Postman basically serves as your front end where you can mock requests. It's as if you are hitting your API endpoints from the front end, but you are basically doing it inside of Postman. How do back-end developers get a front end to kind of make hits on the API, right? To kind of make requests to the API. So when you're building your API, you might be asking, where do you get a front end to make requests to the back end that you're building? That's where Postman comes in, like I said earlier. So Postman helps us to mock a front end. We can make requests, hit our API, and then hit our endpoints, and then we get to see the responses. So that's when we mock the whole process, and then we build our APIs, and then we'll document it as backend engineers, and then your front-end engineer gets to go through your documentation, hit your endpoints, and get responses. So we already created a simple endpoint back there, right? Remember, I'll go back to VS Code. We already created a simple endpoint. This is it, just a very simple Node.js server. It's already available. We have created our Node.js server, and then let's go back to, first of all, we need to run our server. Remember when we started, I showed you guys, we added two scripts, we added two commands to our package.json, right? The dev command and the start command. So right now we have created our server. We want to start our server. Remember, I told you need to have Node.js installed. So if you don't have Node.js installed, this process is not going to work. Your installations wouldn't have worked in the first place. So let's go with npm run, npm run. So we want to run the dev command inside of our script, right? Dev node-mon app.js. So npm run, we hit the dev command, and then you can see our Node.js server should get started. So you can see node-mon is starting up. It's starting our Node.js server for us. So you're going to see this response in just a bit. It's going to show you server is running on port 5000, which is this 5000. So we're waiting for node-mon. Good. You can see the response. Server is running on port 5000, meaning our Node.js server is working. Our Node.js server is live. So let's go back to Postman. So now we are back in Postman. So now that we are back in Postman, we want to mock a request. We want to make a request to that. We want to make a request to our. Right now I'm trying to close some previous stuff I've worked with. So let's go. This is Postman. All right. We go with localhost to access your we created a 5000 port. So to access it, you make HTTP request to localhost 5000, and then remember it's the root. No, there's no S. I don't need S. Just HTTP. The root of the API is where we demanded that response, right? So we hit the root, which is this, just no addition, just slash. We hit the root, and then we get this response. Hello world, developer profiles project server is live. All right, so good. Let's go back to Postman and then let's hit and see what we get. Oh, we get an error. We get an error. Probably there's something wrong with our local host 5000. Okay, no problem. Let's check our Node.js server first of all. What are we missing? What are we missing? Oh God, my bad, guys. I cleaned, when I was explaining the CRUD operations, I listed the post, the get, update, and delete. So I'm using a post endpoint. It's not supposed to be post. We are trying to fetch data, right? We are giving our front-end guys the ability to fetch data. So it's not supposed to be a post request. It's supposed to be a get request. I guess that was why the error popped up. So let's go back to Postman and then let's hit again, and then you get to see our response. So hello world, the developer profiles project server is live, and then we are making a get request. So just like I explained different types of requests inside of the code, it's also here in Postman. So we are making a get request. We are trying to get a response fetching data. You can see our status code, right? 200. Okay. All right then. Then what else? What else? Good. Get, this is get. We're making a get request. So if you're creating a post endpoint, you switch to a post. I explained up there. Get is read, right? R. P is create, post, right? Sorry, C. Create, C. Sorry for the mistakes. Get, you're trying to fetch, right? Is read, R. P is post, you are creating, and then P is post, good, you are creating. Update, I told you guys there's post, but we're using patch. They are all updates, but patch, they are different, but we're using patch in this case. So patch is for update, which is U, and then D is for delete, which is D. I showed you guys in the code base. So here it is inside of Postman. Any of those kind of endpoints you are building, you need to switch over here. So since we are building a get endpoint, we set it at get, and then we hit the root of our API, which is localhost 5000, and then we are good to go. So now our API is working. We are confident our API is working. The next thing to do is we need to do some stuffs. Over here you can see our source control is showing us a whole lot of files, right? You don't want to push node modules to your deployment. You don't want to commit and push node modules to GitHub. Those are stuff beginners do, but you don't want to do that. So what next do? You add a git ignore to your project. So what is a git ignore? You add it to the root of your project. A git, we are working in the server, right? We're working in the server folder, so it should be inside of the server folder. So git ignore, we are creating a file node folder, so we call it .git ignore. So what is the git ignore? The git ignore file is basically a file that tells you what not to push to GitHub. So we are ignoring node modules, and then this is it. That's basically a comment, and then node modules underscore modules. So we are ignoring this whole node modules folder. You're going to see our source control here is going to change from 1k to a very few number, which will be some files that we are going to be pushing. So we're going to ignore node modules. Once I save, you're going to see this is going to change, right? So it's now showing us only 4 files which we are going to be committing and pushing to GitHub. So you want to ignore the whole node modules folder. So now that we have added node modules, the next thing to do is to go and set up our database and come connect our database inside of our API. So like I said, we're going to be using MongoDB, right? So let's go to our browser. And then we go to MongoDB. So what is MongoDB? MongoDB is a database. MongoDB is a non-relational kind of database. Okay, so we're going to be using MongoDB. You basically need a MongoDB account, right? You need a MongoDB account. So go ahead, create your MongoDB account, right? Create your MongoDB account, and then you come follow the steps, follow the processes that I'm going to be working on. All right, so it's loading. Let's just give it some time. All right, here we go. The website has loaded. So this is MongoDB. I'm going to sign in. Like I said, you need an account. So I'm going to sign in up here. I'm going to sign in with my Google account. So however you set up yours, sign in that way. if you signed up with your email, you sign with your email, but I'm going to sign in with my Google account. So once I sign in, I'm going to show you guys how to set up the database and how to work with it. We already installed Mongoose, right? So Mongoose will help us interact with our Mongo database. So we'll be very much in good shape with the help of Mongoose. So what next? All right, so my Mongo database account, excuse me, my Mongo database account is loading. Good. Sorry, guys. So right now we want to create a fresh project from scratch. So right now let's go create the project. Right, so you create a new project, you scroll down and then you hit the new project button. So when you hit the new project button, it brings you to a page where you can create a new database from scratch, a new project that you are going to now be able to assign it. Excuse me, guys. Alright guys, so the page has loaded. Now we're going to create a new project. So what are we going to call it? Let's call it developer profiles. Developer, let's give it some nice looking name. Developer profiles project live, right? Developer profiles project live. Good. So I think this is a good name for it. Yeah, let's go. So now I'm already setting up the project. You don't need to bother about all of this. You are the only person. There's no member to give access. So proceed and create a project. Right, so we're creating a project now. And then the next page comes up and we proceed with some more processes. All right, it's coming. Let's wait for it. All right, good. So we have a project already. Okay, so we have a project. This looks new. Alright guys, so we have a new project already. So now let's go and create a new database. So now we're going to proceed and we're going to create our database. Good. So here we go. We're going to proceed and create our database. We want the free option. MongoDB offers a free option, a free tier that is very, very generous, right? So we leave we want AWS, we want the free tier. You basically select the region that is closest to you, but I won't bother about this. I'm just going to leave it like this. The cluster name, you can leave it like this, right? Let's just leave it. You can set it to whatever you wish to set it. Then I guess that's it. Let's go with create. So now we are creating a new MongoDB database in our project. So let's pass this captcha. Staircases. I guess this is it. All right, good. So our database cluster has been created. So now we want to create access to our database. All right. So let me generate a different password. You can always generate passwords over here. So when you are generating a password, remember to copy the password and save it. All right. So a name, call it whatever name you want to call it. I'm going to call it admin here. And then I'm going to copy the password, right? You can add a password you wish, but it's fine. This auto-generated version is nice as well. So remember to copy and paste, right? You need this password. So I'll copy the password. Let's go to our project readme and let's post it there. So let's go back to VS Code, our project readme. Sorry, let's go to our project readme. Let's call it MongoDB password. Let's call it password. Okay, Control V. So that's the password over there. So let's go back to Mongo database. Now we have username admin. You can call it whatever you wish, right? Excuse me. So we have our username, we have the password which we've copied. You can leave everything else like this, right? Okay, we need to create user first. So let's create the user. Good, the user is now created. You can leave everything else like that. So let's finish and let's get our database. Good. let's go to overview and check out what we have on our database. All right, so we have created our database, right? Our database is set. So we're not ready to connect to our database yet. So one thing we need to do is to create a database access. So what is a database access? A database access is basically an enablement, right? It's an enablement that makes your database to be, it sets the IPs that your database can be accessed from, right? So we want to go to database access and set our database to be able to get accessed from any IP address, right? So how do we do that? Database access. Okay, good. I think we're not adding a user. I think I'm missing it here. Sorry, it's network access, not database access. Good. Network access, add IP address. So we're not going to bother adding IP address. We just hit this button here, allow access from anywhere, and then you click confirm, and then access is allowed from anywhere. So you don't need to bother again. From any IP address, you can now access your database. All right, you can now be able to connect to your database cluster. So now that we have set that up, done, let's go back to our database. Okay, so we come to our database and then we need a connection string. We need a connection string. It's called the URI, the uniform resource identifier. We need to get the URI of our Mongo database. How do we do that? So we hit this connect button and then we hit drivers and then we copy this piece of code out here, right? Am I correct? I think so. Good. So we copy that out and then we come to this. I think we should save it as well, right? So let's call it URI equal to, good. We paste it. We are still going to get it out of this place, of course. This is not how to do it, but let's just save it here for now. So let's go back to Mongo database. We're done. We've copied what we need. Good. We have finished setting up our database. So now we can with this setup that we have, we can make we can create a connection to this database, add entries to it, and do other amazing stuff. So now we have created our database. Let's proceed back to VS Code. So good. Now we have all of these credentials set up here, right? So as you can see, this is the MongoDB URI. Okay, this is your username which you created, which is admin, and then this area is telling you to add your password. So we simply copy this password, Control C, and then we replace this over here, and then over here, good. We can leave it like this, but I don't like. There's a way MongoDB shows. There's a way it shows on your entries. I love when my project showed that way. I can't remember which spot I need to put it. I want to name. Okay, we can just leave it like this, but I love it that way. I'm coming. Let me check out something. .env. Alright, is after the slash. Good. I prefer it that way. I love it when my projects look that way. I love it when my projects look that way. So we call it something. We don't just leave it blank for MongoDB to give us just an odd name. So I like giving my should I say cluster, or what should I call it? I like giving it a name, right? So that MongoDB doesn't just add a default for me. So we're going to call it app. I like calling it app. Depending on the instance, you might want to call it something different. So these are the two changes you make on your URI, which you copied from MongoDB. You add your password and then you add a name for, I think that should be the name of the cluster. I can't really relate to how it works on MongoDB, but then I'm going to show you where it comes in, right? So now we have our URI. Good. So we really don't need the password again. We already made use of it. So now we have our URI inside of Mongo database. So, we're going to be pushing our README to GitHub, and it's bad idea to push your URI. This is private detail. If somebody gets hold of this piece of data, he can interact with your database and then probably use up your subscription, pile up bills for you. I mean, you don't want to throw such, you don't want to keep such data exposed. You don't want to push them to GitHub at all. So you save them inside of your .env. So how do you save such stuff inside of your .env? Let's go. We already installed the .env package. Now we're going to create a .env file. .env file stays on the root as well. We are working in the server folder, so that's where we're going to create our .env. So .env, it goes into the server folder. We're going to create two pieces of data. Port, our port, we want it to be 5,000. I'm going to show you guys how this comes up. Then we're going to call this MongoDB URI, and then we're going to cut this from here. It shouldn't at all be inside of our readme. Right, good. So we save. Now we're done with all of this. We can delete. I just added it in here to kind of give us a save, kind of keep it. So this is how you hide some sensitive pieces of data. I really don't know how many ways there are, but there is definitely a better way to hide your variables than using a .env file. But this is good enough for, should I say most? All right, let me just say this is good enough for many use cases. So .env is good enough for a number of use cases, so you don't need to bother. So now we have two variables inside of our .env, the port and the MongoDB URI, which we have set up. Now we want to successfully, we have set up our database. Now we want to go and connect to our database and then be able to make entries to our database. So let's go back to our app.js file. Now that we have successfully created our database, we want to make a database connection. All right, so remember earlier we already installed Mongoose. Okay, you might be wondering, how do you then read this data that you kept here, the port and then the MongoDB URI? So to read data, you simply use, to read data from your .env file, you simply use right, first of all, we need to go and ignore our .env because we're not pushing it as well, right? So we add a comment, environmental variables file, we call it .env. This shouldn't be uppercase. Our comment shouldn't be uppercase, so environmental variables file. Our comment shouldn't be uppercase, they should be lowercase. It should be lowercase. That's how I love it. So now we have ignored .env, right? We have ignored our .env. So when you come over here, you won't see .env here, okay, because it has been ignored inside of your gitignore file. So let's go back to, we have added .env. So like I was trying to explain, the question is, how do you then access the variables you have hidden inside of this place? Let's go back here. To access a variable inside of .env, it's simple. You simply use process dot env and then dot the variable name. That's how you do it. So over here we want process env dot port. We need to name our variable first. Port is equal to, we need uppercase everything. Port is equal to process env dot port. Then we want to, probably you deploy to your server, right? You deploy to your server, and when you deploy to your server, you forgot to add your port on the as this is, we are building locally, right? We are building locally, so everything is down here in our machine. When you deploy to your server, things are going to be run on the server. So probably you forgot to add your port as your environmental variable on the server. You set this up as a buffer. So in case there is no port, there's an error here. All right, so in case there's no port, the 5,000 variable can automatically come in. So these two bars simply stands for or. So you are simply saying use the port inside of the environmental setup or go with 5,000. Right, so we have successfully communicated with our .env and we have gotten our port variable into our app.js file. The next thing to do is we want to communicate with our database, right? So over here we just had a simple setup to test our database. Now we want to communicate with Mongo database. You need a network connection to be able to do this successfully, right? So you have to be connected to the network. You definitely had to be to create a database first of all. So now I'm communicating to the database, you need to be connected to the network. And just like you see, I made this function an asynchronous function because we are going to be awaiting some requests to resolve some promises. So first thing first, you're going to do mongoose.set. You're going to do mongoose.set, and then you're going to say strict query. You're going to set strict query to false. Okay, you're going to set strict query to false on mongoose.set. You can see the kind of errors that this AI stuff bring to us, so you just have to be careful. You have to be careful the way you use them. So mongoose.set strict query false. All right. In MongoDB, in previous versions of MongoDB, strict query was set to true, so you needed to set it to false. But in sorry, or did I say MongoDB? In previous versions of Mongoose, strict query was set to true, so you needed to set it to false. But for Mongoose version 7, you don't need to set it to false again. But just as a safety measure, I still prefer setting my strict query to false. So like I believe you've heard me say by now, Mongoose is a tool that helps us communicate with our database. When you go to the Mongoose website, you're going to see what Mongoose is all about. It helps you. You can see writing MongoDB, blah blah blah. So Mongoose provides a straightforward to model. It helps you communicate with your database, right? So it gives you an easier setup to. It makes communicating with MongoDB easy. It makes it easy, right? It makes it easy. So that's Mongoose for you. First thing which we've done, set strict query to false, and then the next thing is you're going to now await your database connection. We're going to say mongoose.connect. I'm not going to listen to you this time. So we're now going to hit our env.mongo underscore db underscore URI. So you're now going to connect to your database, right? So you're going to await your request, await mongoose.connect, process.env mongodb URI. So this is it. Now this basically helps us connect to our Mongo database already, which we set up. The next thing we're going to do is we're now going to improve our console statement. We're going to make our console statement look nice. We're going to have two consoles. First console tells us our database has been connected successfully, and then the second console tells us our server is running. So let's go. First thing we're going to say database. Oh my bad. Database. We're going to say database connected successfully. Database connected successfully. Then we're going to do some little stunts to add some beauty to our code here. So we're going to have more like a line break before we now have this second console, this second login into the console. So console, I'm missing something here, console.log, database connected successfully. This is simply line break. You want a line, and then this lengthy pieces of periods will be in between the two console logs. So it basically makes our logs to look beautiful, right? So if our connection works successfully, we're going to see this log statement. If our server is running successfully as well, we're going to see this log statement. So as you can see, everything is showing. So that means our database was successfully connected to, right? So we're going to reduce these periods, and then take off the space, and then save again, and then we're going to see the updated look. So normally when you are working with Node.js, anytime you save your file, for example, anytime you save this app.js, you need to there's a way it's the experience is not seamless, because you need to keep restarting your server to ensure your changes are reflecting. Okay, but with NodeMon, you don't need to do those restarts. That's where NodeMon comes in. If you've ever built a Node.js server without NodeMon, you're going to understand what I'm talking about. You just have to keep restarting your server. It's frustrating. But with NodeMon, that's the purpose of NodeMon. So like I said, you don't need NodeMon on your server. That's why it's a dev dependency. You don't need it on the server you're going to be deploying to. So forgive me for you might be confused. You can call your API, the one you are building, your Node.js project, you can call it a server, and then where you are deploying your project, so you can also call it a server. So I'm talking about the project, the server I'm talking about the server you are deploying your project to. So that server does not need you adding NodeMon to it. That's why we install NodeMon as a dev dependency, right? We only need it locally here. So NodeMon comes into the project, and that is what it helps you restart the server instead of you needing to do it manually, right? So I just thought to explain that. So now our database is connecting successfully. Our console, our our server running statement is also logging successfully. So we now know that everything is going great, right? We have connected to our database successfully, and then we are also having a smooth connection. Our server, sorry, is running fine. So good. Everything is going great so far. Everything is going great. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to build our endpoints. So this is just where the real fun begins. We're going to build our endpoints. Now we're going to build the original endpoint, right? So this was just a test endpoint. We hit this endpoint, it gave us this response. This is now where we're going to do the real thing. I'm going to show you guys how to create real endpoints, how to create an endpoint where the front end guys can be able to use to fetch API, how to create an endpoint where the front end guys can be able to number one, fetch get request. They can make get request, fetch data. We'll create an endpoint for post request where they can create updates on our database from scratch, right? New updates, post, and then patch. They can update they can update existing entries, and then delete. They can delete existing entries. So I'm going to show you guys how to create those real endpoints now. So this project, like I said, is basically me showing the world my developer workflow, the tools I use, the best practices I use. I'm going to show you guys a whole lot how to work with GitHub. I believe you guys are enjoying the flow of the project so far. I'm being very, very elaborate. This is not your regular YouTube tutorial. I'm being very detailed here. So our database is connected successfully. Our server is as well running successfully. Okay, I'm coming. Our server is running successfully as well. Our database is as well connected successfully. So the next thing we want to do is we want to begin to create real endpoints. So without any further ado, let's get going. We're going fine. So how do you create real endpoints? We only have one test endpoint over here. Now, the first endpoint you want to create an endpoint where the user can be able to create a new developer profile, right? Remember our project developer profile. We want to create an endpoint where the user can be able to create a developer profile, a new profile. Remember how we did it in the demo, right? I can go back to the demo and then show you guys again, but I already did it. So let's do it. Let's go to the demo. Let's go back to the demo. Good. So this is our demo here. Let me refresh the page. So you can see from the demo, this is the live project. Okay. From the demo, I want to now create a new profile. Our data is coming. Let's wait for it. Our data is coming. All right. Seems to be taking time. Yeah, this is actually an issue with render. We are on a free tier, right? So the way they normally do it, if you're on a free tier, they don't allow, excuse me guys, if you're on a free tier, they don't allow your API, your free tier API to stay dormant for long. So if they notice it's automatic, if you deploy an API to render and your app is not active, if the API is not consistently being hit, if it stays dormant for some time, you will have a delay in response time. So the moment you hit the API again, everything becomes fast. So they basically don't want to waste resources. So once your API is dormant, they give it a downtime until requests start coming again, and then it becomes active again. So that's how render works. So you don't need to be worried in case your API is taking time to load. It is going to only take time the first request. Once you hit it, it becomes smooth or almost smooth again, right? So basically, after the first request, things become a lot more faster. So the first request you make after a period of dormancy is most likely going to be slow. That's how render works. So just like I was trying to show you guys, you want to now be able to create an endpoint. You want to be able to create an endpoint where when the user enters details and hits this button, it hits the API endpoint, and then the user is created on a database. So now we want to create that endpoint. Let's go ahead. Why don't we demo it? Let's say test user live build, right? And then we say test user at gmail.com. Let's just give it this name. Let's give it something unique, something that isn't common, so that you guys won't think I'm cheating. Test user live at gmail.com. Then a website, let's say ts.com, tu.com, and then the bio. Let's just add anything. Yeah, good. This is a sensitive piece of a sensitive piece of data. We don't want to add this. This is our MongoDB URI. Just say I am a developer, right? I am a developer here. Then we add profile. So you can see your profile has been created, profile created successfully. We'll be redirected to the landing page, and then you get to see the profile we just created, right? Test user live build. I'm a developer. So what happened in this process we just performed is we have an endpoint on the back end we are currently building, and then when a user hits that endpoint with a request, I'm going to show you guys how to do everything when we are building the front end. When the user hits that endpoint with a request, then whatever we wrote in the function will now be executed. So let's go back and then we write our function. So this is it. We're now going to create a post endpoint, right? I explained this already. So app.post, and then first parameter, like I explained, is the endpoint. You name your endpoint anything you want. So we want to call this endpoint, we want to call it create profile, right? So create profile endpoint, and then your second argument is, oh come on Copilot, code whisperer, sorry. Your second argument is now your callback function. I don't know if I should call this a callback function. So this is your function, right? And then your function always takes two parameters: request parameter and response parameter, rec and rest. So rec is what's coming from the front end. The request parameter is what's coming from the front end, and then response is what you are now sending back as the back end engineer through this API endpoint. So what's our request? If you check this out, if you go back to that add profile page, if you go back to this add profile page, right, you get to see that we are certainly sending some data. So the name, the email, the website, we are going to add up everything into an object, and then we are sending an object as a response to the back end, and then when sorry, as a request, forgive me, we are sending our object as a request to the backend, and then the backend gives us a response. So this REQ stands for request, RES stands for response. So we are now going to be able to get our response from this request parameter, and then we are going to get a request, sorry, the object holding that user the profile data. We're going to get it from the request parameter, and then when we get that object from the request parameter, we're now going to work with it, and then we're going to send back a response to the front end, which the person using the app will get. So this is basically the structure, just like I've showed earlier. So, but before we proceed, I want to show you guys some piece of comments that will make your code look more professional. First thing to note is, like I've said earlier, this project is going to be a very robust project. You get to learn so much best practices, so much professional tips. So when you are building professional grade Node.js applications, you don't clump everything into your app.js file. I'm going to show you guys how to do everything. You create controllers, you create routes, you create models. I'm going to show you guys how to do everything. But to make the process more beginner friendly, right? This is a very beginner friendly tutorial. So to make the tutorial more beginner friendly, I'm going to build everything inside of the app.js file. It's more understandable for beginners that way. And then we now begin to destructure things and modularize things. So right now we're going to build everything here. First, I'm going to show you guys everything. We're going to break things down, destructure, modularize, and we're going to get a professional looking piece of back-end stuff. So you add comments to your endpoint. It makes it look cool, makes it look professional. So let's go. We say description, right? The first comment you add is description, and then description is what is the endpoint all about, right? create a new profile. So create a new profile. Comments, when you are working as a programmer, comments are basically love letters you write to the programmer who is going to be maintaining your code. Right? I guess I saw that somewhere. I can't remember. I think I saw that on LinkedIn. Right? So that's just so true. Comments are love letters you write to the programmer that is going to be maintaining your code. So your ability to write comments that are very, very effective makes you a very good programmer, and it makes your code a lot more maintainable, and basically gives whoever is maintaining your code in the future a very beautiful experience. So first thing you add is description. Next is request. You say request and then we add a bar and then route. Request route. The request is this, we are creating a post request, right? We are creating a post request, and then the by again. The route is good. Our endpoint. We're going to say good. Our API endpoint here. We're going to say API. It's important you version your API. API versioning is important. So we are not working with them. We're not working with controllers. We're not working with a lot of controllers. Don't worry, you may not understand controllers now, you do later. We are working with only a single controller here, the profiles controller. A bigger application can have users, right? User functionality. So by then we'll be working with the auth controller. You might have other functionalities that will give you more controllers, but we are working with only one controller here. Don't bother if you don't understand the controller that I'm talking about, you're going to see later. So let's add profiles. We are working with only profiles. We don't have anything like authentication or authorization. We don't have a user feature. Just anybody can come on and add. So we call it the profile. We're going to call it the profile controller, right? The profiles controller. So let's just use this endpoint as it is, API slash version 1 slash create profile. That's the API endpoint, right? I told you guys earlier, API versioning is important. So request route, and then you add your route here. So you might be wondering, why add it if it's already just below? The thing is, when we create our controllers, it's not going to be inside of your controller like this. So it's important that we leave it as it is. Don't worry, you're going to understand what I'm talking about later on. So access is public. So when you have a user feature, the user feature, uh, when you have users on an application, there are some API endpoints that are not public. So you need some sort of authorization, some sort of admin access, right? Some sort of permission, not necessarily admin access. You need some sort of permission to hit to successfully get a response from that endpoint. So for example, you are building an e-commerce backend and then the admin page. So not any user can just hit endpoints and get requests that are meant for admin. So by then, such a route is going to be private. So, but every route you're building in this project is public. So access is public. So first of all, description, what the endpoint is all about, request slash route, right? We use bars, not slash. Basically the same thing. So the request is post, the route is API slash version 1 slash profile slash create profile. So that is the endpoint. The moment we hit this endpoint on our local host, we're going to get some the function is going to be executed, and anything we write inside of this endpoint, inside of this function, sorry, anything we write inside of this function will be executed the moment we hit this endpoint. So let's proceed, guys. Let's go. Now, like I explained earlier, we gave our function 2 parameters. Our function needs to be an asynchronous function, right? Because we'll be resolving promises. So if you don't understand promises, you need to study async await in JavaScript. Async await, get to know about promises and all those other stuff, any other related stuff. So we're going to be resolving promises. So our function is going to be an asynchronous one. So first thing first, we have a request coming from the front end. So we're now going to get our request. We're going to destructure everything coming from our front end. So we know our front end is going to have the full name, the email, the website, and the about of the profile we are creating, right? So this is where it's beautiful to be full stack. It's beautiful to be full stack because you build the back end, you know exactly what is coming from the front end. You don't have to bother. But if you are back end only or front end only, then you need issues about naming conventions. How do I name my my values coming from the front end? The full name, how do I name it? Is it Camel casing? Is it Pascal casing? You get, so all of those issues begin to come in. But when you're full stack, you do everything yourself. You know how it's going to work. All right. So being front end only or back end only is not a disadvantage, not at all. When that is the case, any theme that have such a peculiarity will resolve how we set we resolve how we resolve such a theme will resolve with naming conventions, right? So you guys resolve naming conventions, how we name stuffs, and basically there will be a documentation already. So there's a documentation, you already have a documentation of what's coming. The front-end developer also has access to that documentation, so he knows what he should send. So basically the process should be seamless, even if you are back-end only, front-end only. But it's just more amazing when you're full stack, right? So full name, we're going to get full name. This is how we're going to name it in the object we are sending. Full name, we're going to get email as well. You ignore code whisperer a lot if you don't want to get into trouble. So website, and then we get our about, right? So these are four statements. These are four properties coming from our object, right? These are four properties coming from our object, and then I told you earlier it's inside of the request parameter. So we are destructuring those four properties using ES6 destructuring. We're destructuring them from our request parameter, which has a body. The request parameter has a body. The request parameter is basically an object, right? It's basically an object, right? So if you console log request, I'm coming, let's console log request. But if I'm coming over here, let's make it direct inside of our code. I'm coming, let's go to our app.listing. So, oh, it's not working. We certainly need to, I'm coming. I don't know if that's possible. Well, don't worry, I'm going to show you guys when we hit the endpoint. I'm going to console log request so you can see request is an object, right? So when you go request the body, it sends you this content coming from the front end. So the request parameter is an object, right? So don't worry. Let's log it into our console. Let's log it into our console, and then when we hit the endpoint, you're going to see it inside of our console.log. So we destructure all of this piece of data that we are getting from the front end, right? So the next thing we're going to now do is we're going to say, if we're going to check as a backend engineer, it's important that you check a lot. You check a lot. You check efficiently. You ensure you stop at every check that is necessary for every endpoint you are creating. So now we're going to check, and before we begin any checking, we're going to set a try catch block. A try catch block is basically for error handling in JavaScript. Try catch block are very useful when you're building APIs. So we pick our error, try to pick our error, and then over here for now, let's just say console.log error. Let's just log our error into the console for now. So we're using a try catch block. So inside of our try catch, the first thing we want to do is we want to check. We're going to say this is actually what the front end engineer should do, right? The front end engineer will do validation, and then he really don't need to do validation. He can use the HTML, the require. Is it require or required? Basically, let me not dabble into those things. Let's just keep it straight. The front-end engineer is supposed to do validation, right, to ensure everything is coming fine from the front end. But just in case the front-end engineer fails to do his validation, you should make every check necessary as the back-end engineer. So let's go with code whisperer here. I just hope it didn't leave anything on field for us. As you can see, it left something on field. It left us in trouble. Did it? I don't think it did. Yeah, it did. There's something missing. You can see. So you just have to be careful how you use code whisperer. So if it's closed, yellow curly brace is closed, response.json is closed. I don't know what I'm missing here. 400 JSON closed. What then are we missing? What then are we missing? Oh goodness, can you see how much this stuff causes trouble, right? So this is how CodePilot torments developers in real life. So that's why you need to be careful how you accept CodePilot, not CodePilot, how you accept code. Any of these AIs actually, you have to be careful how you accept suggestions from them. So first thing we are going to do is we want to check if any of those guys are missing, then we want to throw our first error. So we say if any of them is not defined, full name, or if any of those guys are not defined, or if email isn't available, or if website isn't available, or if about isn't available, right? I think we should go with code whisperer now and see if we can get a good response. It's still an issue. Right, I think we need to close our catch block. Good, that does it. So we just close the catch block and it's fine. So we are here, over here. We're basically saying if any of these items that is supposed to come from the front end is not included, we are going to throw an error. We are still going to do checking with Mongoose. We're still going to do checking with Mongoose, right? So I think at this point we should stop and go and create our model. Don't worry, I'm going to explain what a model is all about. So this is basically what an endpoint. This is basically what an endpoint looks like, right? You have your API routes and then whatever you want to happen inside of the function. So basically, we've done our first check. At this point, we need to go back and we need to stop and go create a model with Mongoose. So what we did here was I'm going to explain this to you guys. We logged our request object, so you guys are going to see what request is all about. Then we destructured all of this all of these incoming data from the front end, coming from the user, and then after the structuring, we started by checking if any of these guys are missing. If any of these guys are missing, then we're going to do something, right? Let's finish this up. So if any of these guys are missing, good. We now return with a response saying 400. Remember, 200 means success, 400 means bad request. 400 means bad request. So we are saying, hey, you are sending a bad request because you didn't give us all the pieces of data that we need, right? So that's basically the first check. We're now saying rest of status 400, and then we're sending back a JSON object. We're sending back an object as a response, and it contains a message, right? So I don't like it structured this way. I like it like this. I like saying in response. I like it to be response message, right? This is how I prefer it to be. Please fill all fields. Let's just go with code whisperer. So we're done with this, right? This is basically us already on the way building our first endpoint. Now, I talked about a model. What is a model? A model is, remember I told you guys, Mongoose helps you communicate with your database, right? So a model comes in because Mongoose need to model the data that is going to your database, right? So we are getting a phone name, email, website about coming from the front end. Mongoose needs to model. It's basically like a sieve, like a filter. Mongoose helps you filter to ensure that it is exactly this response that you're expecting that is coming from the front end. So let's go. Let's make it practical. Inside of this our folder, I'm going to create the models folder, and inside of the models folder, we have only one model, which is the profile model. I'm going to create it, and I'm going to call it profile model.js, right? So this is how you model data inside of Mongoose. So we need Mongoose, so we're going to import Mongoose, of course. We need Mongoose. We need sorry for my slip. We need Mongoose, so of course we're going to install Mongoose. We're installing Mongoose from Mongoose, and then we now begin to define to model our data. So we're going to call it profile schema. Sorry guys, I just seem to be belching. Actually, it's not a seeming thing. I've been belching. All right, so profile schema, profile. What's happening? All right, good. Profile schema. All right, that's how I like to call it. If it's a user, I call it user schema. Right, so we go with new mongoose dot schema, yeah, and then we have our closing brackets. Good. We have our braces opening and closing. So now we want to now model our data. The first thing you do is you create an object. So inside of this object, you now begin modeling your data. So we are expecting the full name. Full name is coming. Inside of full name, we are going to say type. Full name is of what type? Full name is of type string. Good, thanks, code whisperer. Full name is of type string. Now we want to do some extra checking. We want to say this full name is required, meaning it has to come. It it has to be available. If it is not available, Mongoose will throw a Mongoose error refusing to accept the data. So we are basically doing an extra check. We are checking with Mongoose, we are also checking in our endpoints with our regular JavaScript. So we're going to say required. So if it's required, we're going to add some square brackets and we're going to say true. You can just go ahead and add true. Yeah, you can go ahead and just say only true, required true. Control Z, I'm coming. You can go with required like this, right? Required, and then you say true. It's going to work fine. Okay, it's going to work fine. But then we want more than just required true. We want some other response if it's not coming. So you say true, and then after adding true, you now give the error message, right? So you don't just say you want this full name to come. You say, yeah, I want it, and if it doesn't come, here is the error message that you're going to throw. You say, please provide a developer full name. Please provide a developer full name. So let's save. So good. We have modeled the full name piece of data. Okay. The next thing, we proceed to the next. We're expecting full name. We are also expecting email, right? As well, we have an object for it. The email as well is of type string. We're basically going to copy the full name. It's very, very similar. We don't need to write in everything. So you duplicate this, hold Control, Shift, and D in VS Code. Control and Shift, then you press D. It duplicates like this for you. So full name, type string, required true. Please provide. Okay, over here we need the email. The email is also of type string, and then please provide a developer email address. Please provide a developer email address. Good. Type string, required true. Please provide a developer email address. Then the next thing is, we don't stop here with email. With email, we're going to add a piece of regular expression. Right? We're going to add a piece of regular expression. So what does that do? The regular expression helps us to kind of filter. It helps us to ensure that the input the person is sending is actually an email. It checks for some sensitive content of every email, right? That's basically what the regular expression will do. So the regular expression will help us ensure that this piece of data that this person is sending is in the format of an email. If it is not, it's going to throw an error. So let's go and get our regex. Let's get our regex from App.js. No, this is a previous model, something similar. Let's get our regex over here. Good. So we're going to say match, right? You're going to say match. Let's just get the regex and get out of here. So this is our regex. Let's get back to work. Right. So now that we have our regex, please provide a developer email address, right? So we need to add our regex. Regex means regular expression, reg and x, regular expression. So we're going to add our regex to check that the data format is actually in email format. So as well, once again, you have your curly braces and then you have your regular expression, and after a regular expression, once again you pass the error message, right? So the error message is going to be, please provide a valid email address, right? This is the error message. So now, beyond just doing the regular normal checking, you are using the regular expression to check that this email is actually having an email format. It's not just some random piece of data, and then you're sending a response if it doesn't match an email format. So with that, we are done with the email. We're still going to add something. Actually, we're going to say unique is true. So unique true simply means you can't use multiple emails for a single profile, right? You can't. Unique true simply means you can't use the same email for multiple profiles. So every developer profile, every new profile you are creating should have a unique email. That's what this is talking about. So we are done with the email with this. Then the next thing we're modeling is the about, of course, the about statement. Sorry, the website. We're modeling the website. The website is also type string. Just a string. Required true. String, I believe you guys know string. Come on, JavaScript data types. String, required true. So we're talking a website here. Please provide a website for this profile. Okay, provide a developer. Let's say provide a developer website for this profile, right? Please provide a developer website for this profile. Then the last thing we're going to model is the about. So we do the same thing, Ctrl Shift and D. They look alike. We just go with about, right? We go with about. So the about, yeah, is as well is a string as well. Required is true. Please provide a developer. No, please provide a developer bio for this profile. A developer bio for this profile. Yeah, there we go. So this is us modeling how our data should look with the help of Mongoose. So now we have modeled our data, right? We are not done. We're going to add something else. We're going to add something called timestamps. We're going to add something. It's called timestamps. So the timestamp simply tells MongoDB. It tells MongoDB add some extra time related data to this to any piece of data created on a database using this model will have some time stamps attached to it. So we're now going to add the timestamp object. We are going to say timestamps is true. So whenever you create a profile, we're going to add the timestamps to it. So timestamp says true. Then I guess this is it. So profile schema, new mongoose.schema, and then you model your data, string true, developer full name, string developer email address. If it doesn't match the regex, we throw an error, unique true, unique for every profile, websites, good, developer, good. I think we are fine. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to export this. So let's export this. Export ES6 export. Of course, we are using the named export. Sorry, we're using not the named export, we're using default export. So we say mongoose model, I'm coming, mongoose model, and then we give this on a database, any entry created with this model will go under the profiles entry. So we call it profile schema. We're exporting our profile schema. This profile here is basically any entry we create with this model, this profile schema model. Any entry we create with this profile schema model on the database is going to go under the profile section of the database. You guys are going to see how these things work very practically in a short while. So now we have modeled our profiles data. So this is the model for every profile we are creating, right? So now let's go back to our database. Sorry, our app.js file. The app.js file is our entry point. Let's go back to our entry point. And then now that we are back to our entry point, we want to import our schema, right? So local import, maybe an S, I don't know. Yeah, we're importing only the schema, so no need for the S. But even later on, we are not going to use the schema here later on. So, but for now, let's just stick with this. So local import. Let's now import our schema. Import. We call it profile schema. Profile schema, right? We call it profile. What do we call it? Should we call it profile schema or profile model? We're going to call it profile schema. Profile schema, spell the schema properly. Profile schema, import profile schema from. Good. We're importing from models. App.js, good model. And then from profile schema.js. Remember, we use default export, so we can call it whatever we wish. ES6 imports and exports, right? So we have an error. It's saying, okay, good, we didn't add the JS. You can see the error is saying, did you mean import this? We needed the JS extension, so let's add the JS extension, and our server is going to stop crying. So we have now imported our model from Mongoose. So our server should be fine now. So good, we did our first check. We started our first check, right? So if any of these guys are not available coming from the request, which is going to be hard by now, because it should pass. No. It depends on what the front-end engineer does. If the front-end engineer does validation well, it shouldn't pass. But if it passes, we're going to stop it here, and even it's definitely going to stop here. Even if it doesn't stop here, Mongoose is going to throw an error for us. Remember, we said it is required inside of Mongoose. we said it is required. So even if we don't check it, Mongoose is going to check it for us. But I love being very being very detailed when I do things. So let's still check for it. If you don't know what can just happen, this is software, right? So let's check for it. Probably a single, for example, if you go to this model and, for example, peradventure, you use only require and you forgot to add the D, this is already invalid, right? So it's important to do all of those things to be on the safe side. So if you, let's just like I showed, if you take off the D, the email is not going to check, Mongoose is not going to check any longer just because of that single omission. So just in case something like that happens, in case the front end guy does not check, we do our validation from here as well. So full name, email, if any of these things are not available, we return a response and we say, please fill in all fields, right? Let's make it more elaborate. Let's say profile creation field, right? Profile creation field, we add a colon, and then we now add the message. Please fill in all fields, right? Please fill in all fields. We can make it more specific and say, yeah, we don't know which will be missing, so it's fine like this. So our first check stops. Our first check is if any of this is not available, our API response stops there. So we have done our first check. Then we're going to proceed, and then we're going to now work with our database. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to work with our database. How are we going to do that? We now first thing was to check, right, if any of these guys are not available. Now we are trying to create a new profile. The next thing we're now going to do is we're going to now say const. We're going to create a new profile variable equals to. We're going to create a new profile variable, and then we're going to be awaiting for this, right? We're going to await for this. If you don't await, it's going to return a promise or it might throw an error. We are requesting data, so we need to wait for it because the request is basically asynchronous, right? We need to wait for it. So let's wait for it. Remember, you need to add this async keyword to your function. So now we are waiting for it, and then once it is ready, we call it new profile, right? So we're now going to pick that model we created. Remember our profile schema. We're now going to pass our entry through our profile schema. So we are going to say profile schema dot create, right? So we are creating, and then what are we creating? We are creating a new profile. And what should the profile take? The profile should take all of those details that are coming in. So we pass an object, and inside of an object, we pass all of those pieces of data. So we pass full name, and then we pass email, whatever, blah, blah, all of those things that are coming. Email, website first, website, and then we pass about as well. So we're passing this 4 pieces of data as the new profile that is coming. So what we did here is basically we are creating our entry. We are creating the profile now. First thing, check if any of these entries, if any of these inputs are missing, show a bad request response, right? And then if it is available, I think we need to check first of all if it is defined, right? Yeah, no, we are not checking if it is defined yet. We are going to create. We'll do that in another instance. Now we are going to basically say we are saying if any of this is not present, throw a bad request response. But if that's not the case, if everything is present, go ahead, create the profile. So we have created the profile. Now that we have created the profile, we send a success status. Success status when you're working with post request is 201, meaning the stuff has been successfully created. So 201 means created, right? 201 means created. So you're going to pass your created status code, and then when we say it has been successfully created, we're going to send a JSON response, and inside of the JSON response, we're going to pass an object, and inside of the object, we are going to pass our response message, just like I like it, response message, and then yeah, profile created successfully. Good. Profile created successfully. That's the first thing we're passing, and then as well, we'll pass our profile. Sorry, yeah, I love this new profile, right? The profile is the new profile. Good. So this new profile we just created, we pass it as the profile, that we are sending as a response, right? So this is basically it. Create the profile and then send the profile as part of the response. You can see this response parameter, right? Request response. We logged the request. I'm going to show you guys, and then we're going to get this. We're going to get this piece of this object we are sending back as the response that is going to the front end where the request came from. So I think this endpoint is complete now. The endpoint is not yet complete. We're going to implement a catch. We're going to do some more implementations inside of our catch block. So for the try block, our try block is already complete. So first thing, check if any of these entries are missing by using exclamation, we're saying they're not defined, they are not available, right? Or whatever might have happened. If any of these guys are missing, that's what we are checking for. If this or means any at all, if any of them is missing, send a badge request response. But if it's available and this block passes, you create the profile right on your database, and then when you create the profile on your database, the next thing you send is successfully created response to the server, right? Send it to the server, which goes to the front end. Okay, sorry, send it to the front end from the server, right? Some of these things can be catchy, can be kind of complicated, kind of hard to explain, right? So we are done with our try block. Let's proceed to the catch block. So now that we are done with our try block, what are we going to do inside of our catch block? Inside of our catch block, we are simply going to say if anything at all happens, we are sending back a 500 error. So 500 means server error. 500 means server error, rest of status. If anything we don't know, we pretty can't account for, if anything as such happens, just send back a 500 error. 500 error is server error, right? Excuse me. Remember, you passed error as your parameter here. So when you catch your error, you say rest of status 500.json, you are sending an object. So we're sending an object as usual, response message, good profile creation field, and then we're now going to pass our error. Error is error.message. Error.message, right? That's it, that's what we have. So this is what we are sending to the front end. We say response message profile creation field, error is error.message. We're getting an error. So what is it saying? We're getting an unexpected token. I think we should close this out. We're still not correct. That accept I'm coming. .json is our object. Alright, we need to close this first. I don't know where that's coming from. Response.json. Alright, sorry, let's just reverse and see where that error is coming from. Alright, the error is still here. Let's remove this. We still have the error. I'm coming. Where did we make the mistake? Okay. Alright then. That's how it can be sometimes, right? So 500, and then the JSON, we send an object back as a response. We send an object back as a response, and inside of the object we have two content, profile creation field. I don't need this server error talk. Just profile creation field, and then we need error, and then error becomes error.message. Error.message, right? So we don't have an error this time. So our endpoint is ready. So we successfully created our first endpoint. API version 1 profile created, and this is what happens. First thing first, we want to check out what our request object looks like. Then we proceed to do every other thing that we have implemented. So now that we have completely built our response, let's go back to Postman. So go back to Postman. We want to now test our endpoint. Let's go and copy the link of the endpoint. Don't worry, you guys might not understand what we're doing now, but just follow the process. You're going to see how it's all intertwines with the front end. So this is the root of our API, right? Now we are hitting this endpoint. Okay, we are hitting this endpoint, and then when we hit this endpoint is a post request. So you set to post, right? And then you make a request to this endpoint. When you make a request to this endpoint, this function is going to be executed, right? So we're done. Let's go and try our endpoint. Let's see if it works. Hopefully it's going to work just fine. So let's go. All right, we got an error, cannot post. We got an error. Our server is running fine. Right, I'm coming. Yeah, we missed. I can see the error already. We missed the slash. There should be slash first. There should be slash / first before the endpoint begins. So let's try it out this time. Let's see if our server is ready. Our server is not yet ready. Still coming. Probably we have a slow network. All right, good. Our server is ready now. So the next thing, let's go. Our server is ready. Postman, yeah, good. So let's hit now and see what we get. Oh, profile creation. I love this. I love this. I love this. I forgot something. I love this. Good. So now, can you see our check worked just fine, right? We didn't put anything. We just sending a request. So our API works fine. Our check worked perfectly, and then we can see, we can see the request object, right? This is the request object. Vertical monitors are important. So this is the request object. You know, I told you we want to log the request object, right? So this is from here. Okay, good. So this is it. So this is our request object. This is just the request object we logged into the console, right? So all of this stuff is part of the request object, right? So that's, I mean, going back to your code, going back to the code, App.js, right? Sorry, my terminal is 4 page. Let's bring it down. We logged the request object. So that's why we are getting all of those lengthy stuff. It's all part of the request object. I don't know where this ref2 is coming from, but this is basically, I guess, is basically coming as a result of the request object. So the request parameter is an object, and then the body content of the request parameter is what is coming from the front end. Okay, so yes, we don't have anything coming from the front end, so we have an error because this condition is fulfilled. None of these guys were supplied, so we got this response. Profile creation failed. Please fill all fields. Let's go back to Postman. You're going to see our 400, which is our bad request, right? So you can see 400, and then you can see the request is the bad request. So now you might be wondering, I told you guys earlier that you can use Postman to behave like a front end. So how do I now supply those pieces of data? This is how you do it. You go to body, you go to raw, then you select JSON, and then you can now format your data here. You can now mock your data. So remember, we need full name. So you pass full name, and then when you pass full name, let's just give it any name. Let's say first user. Let's call it first user. And then we need email next. Email should be in quotes. Everything should be in quotes. And then remember, it must be of an email format. If it is not of an email format, we have already configured Mongoose to throw an error, mn@gmail.com. Let's just say first user, let's say user@gmail.com, first user@gmail.com. Then the next thing we are going to now do is we have full name, we have email, we need the website as well. All right, so we're going to say firstuser.com, right? We seem to be missing something. Yeah, we need a column. Good. Firstuser.com, and then finally about. So we are mocking the front data coming from the front end here. So hello, this is my bio. Good. So we need a comma here. Good. So now we have successfully mocked the data, the object, right, that the front end developer is going to send to us. Let's give this guy some respect. Let's make his name all uppercase. So now let's make a request again. Then we're going to see if everything works fine. Let's go. All right. Can you see? So response message, profile created successfully. Profile like we sent is, you can see email is this, website is this. We get this special ID. This is automatically created for MongoDB, right? This is automatically created for MongoDB. So we get that ID, and then this is our timestamps, right? These are timestamps. I actually can't account for where this final piece is coming from. All right, so let's go back and check out what we have in our console currently. So inside of our console, I wish there was a vertical monitor to show this. So inside of our console, let's scroll and scroll and scroll. I'm trying to check for the good. You can see the body we sent, right? So the body is part of this request object. So when you now say request the body, we are able to extract request the body. So you can see what we did. I was trying to show you guys what the request is, what the request parameter is all about, right? So this long stuff is the request. I can't say where it started from, but the beautiful part of it is you can see the body property of that request, right? Where is it? Request the body. You can see the body property of that object, right? So request the body. That's why we are able to destructure it out of whatever, and you can see it is exactly what we sent from Postman. So all of these things are real stuff. Let it not be as though I'm cheating. They are real stuff that we are interacting with. So right now our API is working fine. We were able to communicate with our Mongo database, and after communicating with our Mongo database, we were able to create an entry on the database, and everything is fine. Good. You might be wondering, but you can't see the entry on the database. I'm going to go right now and I'm going to show you the entry on our Mongo database. So let's go to collections, and you're going to see that the entry has been created. All right, let's wait for it. Good. There we go. The entry has been created on top of Mongo, inside of Mongo database, and you can see the profile from this is coming from the profile schema, right? Going back to our schema, going back to our profile model, you can see I called. Let's drag our terminal down. So I called any item, any entry made on the database with this schema, with this model, is going to be called profile, right? It's going to be on that profile. That's why we see here that this one is on that profiles, right? So any item we create with this model goes on that profile. And then if you go back to our MongoDB URI, you can see the name I added app becomes it shows up here, right? So basically it becomes the name of our collection. I guess I'm correct now. I think it becomes the name of our collection. I really don't know, probably the name of the document. I actually don't know how MongoDB does all of those things, documents, collections, and blah blah blah. So this is it. We were successfully able to communicate with our database, and this is cool. This is amazing. This is back-end engineering in practice, and it's cool, it's fun, right? So right now let's go back to our App.js. We are done with our first endpoint. We have successfully created an endpoint that enables us to create users on top of our database. Let's go and have some more fun. Let's go and create a new user. So let's call it first user. Let's now say second user. Second user at gmail.com. Then we say second user again, and then over here say this is my bio. I am the second user. So not yet. I am the second user. So let's send the request again. You're going to see a fresh response. You can see second user, and then you can see our 201, the status code we sent along, right? 201, right? So this is just amazing. Let's go back to Mongo database. You're going to see when we refresh the page, you're going to see the second user is going to show up as well. And like I told you guys, the ID is a special ID. You didn't create it, right? It is automatically created for Mongo database. Every entry will have a unique ID, and that helps us a lot, especially on the front end. When you're working on the front end, you need unique IDs when mapping through data. This is very helpful. So you can see the second user is here and everything is working fine. We have been able to communicate with our database via the API, thanks to Express, thanks to Mongoose, right? And thanks to us, of course. So let's proceed and let's knock out more endpoints. So from now, it's going to be smoother. Let's just copy the comments. We already created our first endpoint. So now let's proceed to create the next endpoint. So the next endpoint, when you create, we are able to create a user, right? We're able to create users, create new users, new profiles, right? So now we want to get all profiles. We want to be able to get all profiles so that just like it displays on the landing page, we're able to get all profiles and then we're able to show all the profiles on the landing page, right? It is that get profiles endpoint that we are hitting that gives us the data that we fetch and then populate our landing page. So we now want to create the get all profiles endpoint that we're going to be using on this page. So now let's proceed, and the description get all profiles, and then the request route, the request is a get request. The request is a get request, so we go with API slash version 1 slash profile slash, did we not make a mistake? It should be profiles, right? Slash version 1 slash, yeah, profiles, not just profiles slash create profile. So let's go back to Postman as well. Let's adjust. So the next time we are hitting the endpoint, we don't have an error. Okay. So let's go back to over here. So get all profiles, request route, get API slash version 1 slash profiles slash, we're not creating profile now, we're getting all profiles. So we're going to say get, we're going to say oh gosh, get all profiles. All right, thanks to code whisperer. Access, of course, remains public. So just like this one is a post request, this, and this one is a get. Let's make this uppercase. Get request. So this is the comment for the next endpoint. All right, before we create the next endpoint, I told you guys I was going to show you guys around, right? So this is Postman. We're already making use of Postman. So now, when you are building a project like this, you want to create something that is called a collection. So a collection, let me show you guys the demo project I built. This is the demo project. Yeah, developer profiles, YouTube. We haven't created a collection yet, but this is the demo project, right? So this is what a collection looks like. So you save each of these endpoints. You save each of these endpoints so that the next time you are trying to access them, you don't need to struggle and battle and go around, and I mean, it makes it easy for you, right? So for example, I want to work on this endpoint again. I don't need to come and be imputing all of this data into this place. It's already saved. I just go to whichever I want to work with, and then you can see I clicked on create profile. I can just play around with it with data already here. It makes it easier for me, right? So now we want to create a collection. I want to show you guys how to create a collection. So let's go back from this place. This is the one we worked with now, right? So we want to save it to a collection, but we don't have the collection yet. So we're going to create a new collection. So we hit this, and then once we hit it, we're now going to add a name for the collection. So the name for the collection is, we're going to call it developer profiles project. We're going to now say YouTube live, right? We're going to add let's just call it live. Let's say YT live, right? Good. Let's make it this way. YT live, yeah. I think it's called this way. So you can see our new collection is here, developer profiles project YT live. So we can now close this. Excuse me. We have closed that. Now we want to save this. We want to save. We want to save this. This request. The next time we come, we don't want to delete it and then start afresh. We want to save it to that collection. So we hit Ctrl S, and then we select the collection, and then we give it a name. What name are we giving it? The request was create profile, right? So we create profile camel casing, create profile camel casing. Yeah, good, great. And then that's all we create. Good. So you can now see developer profiles project YT live create profile. So we have now successfully saved this create profile request. So now that we have saved it, we can peacefully close this, and anytime we can come back to it. Good. So that's how to create profiles. Okay, when you go to the body, you're going to see the body data is there. You can easily update and make new requests. So I've showed you guys how to create a collection. Now the next thing is, how do you we don't want to keep copying all of this lengthy stuff and posting into each of the requests we are making. right? So now we want to copy all of this part that is going to be repeating itself and save as a variable, right? So we don't need to keep calling the long stuff. Sometimes we might forget and make typo errors, and then our APIs, our requests keep breaking. So we don't want those things to be happening. So how do we fix that? We create a variable. So to create a variable is easy. You can see it already. You just highlight the part that is going to be repetitive, and then you use this option. Just click set as variable. Highlighting it, this option is going to show, then you proceed and set it as a variable. But I'm not going to use that option. I'm going to go the long way. So let's just copy it. I've copied that part. Now let's go to, this is where you can add variables. So you click, and then you're going to see some environmental variables. I have one saved here. Now this is the global variable. I want this to be saved under global variables. So I click edit, and then I'm now able to add a new variable. So what do I want to call this variable? I want to call it DPPR, developer profiles project root. So it's going to be the root, and then everything else, the endpoint, will now follow. So we're going to paste it here. All right, and that's it. We're going to save. So whenever we call this dbpr variable, this is going to be what we are going to get. So it's easier for us to work with that way. So right now we can go back to our request, and instead of using this lengthy stuff, we are simply going to use the dppr, right? So let me cut it off. So how do you call the variable? You simply use double curlies. By beginning to type, you're going to see it. So you see the PPR is already here. So you just select it, and then you now add the rest of the endpoint to it. So now that we have done this, let's save. I hit Ctrl S. Then let's play out with another user and confirm that everything is working fine. So third user, let's say third user at gmail.com. Then let's play around with the third user, and then I am the third user. I am the third user, right? So I've created this. Let's go. So we have an error. We have an error. So what's our error? Let's check out our console and see what the error is all about. There's an error. There's no error in our server. There has to be an error somewhere. I guess the error should be coming from our variable, right? Yeah, we didn't add the S here. We didn't add the S here. I thank God we found that error easily. Thank God. Yeah, so our request should be successful now. Let's just wait for our server to load. Once our server is ready, our request should be successful. Alright, good. So let's hit send. And then now you can see our request is successful. If you go to Mongo database and you refresh, you're going to see the third user we just created. So everything is working fine. So that's how to create collections in Postman, and that's how to set up variables as well in Postman, global variables to be specific. So you can see 3 entries have come, 1, entry 2, and then 3. So from now henceforth, we're going to move pretty faster because we have done some very good ground laying. So description, get all profiles, request, route, get, and then this is the route, right? So as usual, what are we going to do next? We call on Express, and then we want to get is a get request app.get. Two things. First, our endpoint, and what's the endpoint going to be? Get all profiles, and then after the get all profiles parameter goes in, the next parameter we'll pass in is the function, right? It's going to be an asynchronous function. I don't know. Let's just leave it as a function first. So two things is a function, of course, and our function. We pass a request parameter, a response parameter. Not here. They're supposed to be here. Alright, so pass our request and response parameter. So we are making a get request here, right? So we are trying to get all the profiles. So we are trying to get all the profiles. As usual, our try catch block, right? We're going to bring in our try catch block. Our try block catch. As usual, we'll catch our error. And then after we catch our error, then the next thing we just log, or let's not log yet, let's go ahead and write out this endpoint. Let's go pretty faster this time. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to get all our profiles. So this is how we're going to go. we're going to create a variable, and just like the other one, we're going to say all profiles is equals to profile schema dot find, right? You pass an empty object. That's how to find all profiles. That's how to find all to get a complete piece of data from Mongo database. This is just how to do it. You use the find method and then you pass an empty object into it. So by so doing, you are going to get all the profiles from your database. So good. We have created the profiles now. With on this endpoint, there's no request. There's no request body. Sorry, my bad. There's no request body, right? There's a request certainly, but there's no request body. So we're not destructuring. You're not getting anything. We just go ahead. First, we just go ahead. We need to await. This is an await. We need to await for this. We need to await for this. Did we await the previous? Yeah, we awaited. Certainly, it should have thrown an error. We awaited, and then so now that we have awaited for this all profiles to be gotten, the next thing we're now going to do is we're going to check if all profiles, probably something went wrong, probably all profiles, probably no profile has been created yet. Certainly, if something goes wrong anyway, if something goes wrong, probably I don't really know how to describe this, but I want us to check. I want us to check if for any reason we can't find the profile we requested, then we throw an error, right? That's basically it. If profile is not created yet, I really don't know how this error can play. I can't really tell how it can play, but I believe it's possible. So when building APIs, you do your best to check for every possible error. So we're going to say if we can't find all profiles, meaning we can't get it from the database, then we're going to now throw an error, and the error is going to be a 404 error. 404 means not found. So rest.status, first of all, rest.status 404, and then the JSON, of course, and then inside of our JSON we pass an object. Inside of our object we pass response message. Response message is what are we going to pass to the response message? We're going to say no profiles found, colon, fetch failed, then instead of that, no profiles found, fetch failed. So we have an error somewhere. Where am I missing it? Oh gosh. We have an error somewhere if all profiles are not defined. Okay, let's restructure this. Alright, if statement good is correct. Rest.status 404.json correct. I can't say where this is coming from. Right, try catch. I can't see where this is coming from. We have our try block, right? Alright, it's coming from here. I think it's coming from here. Oh, I can't find where this is coming from. There's supposed to be catch. Alright, I think could it be here? Oh, let's do this. Let's do it this way. So the log error dot message, and let's see what happens. Or profile. I don't understand. All profiles is equals to await profile schema. Oh gosh, where could this error be coming from? If all profiles, they have need an S here, that certainly isn't the cause for the error. If all profiles rest or status. Alright, let's write this all over. I can't account for that error. Alright, so let's write this all over. This is how code can be. So if not all profiles, we're writing an if statement. So if all profiles is not defined, we go with the res.status. Of course, 404 is not found, and then of course JSON, and then of course we pass our object, and inside of our object we say response message. Response message is response message is going to be no profiles found. Fetch failed. Alright, so it's working fine this time. I just wonder why it didn't work that time. Alright, so if all profiles is not defined, if for any reason we can't find all the profiles we're looking for, we're now going to say we're going to send the 404. We can't find the profiles. 404 means not found. So we're going to now send a 404. We're going to say we can't find all the profiles that you are looking for. Then if we can't find all the profiles that we're looking for, I guess we are done with that check. Now let's proceed to the next check. Can there be another check for this endpoint? If it's not defined, all right, we're going to stop this check here. We're going to stop this check here. So let's just do only this check. I can't envisage another instance where we need to check for. I mean that we need to check for. So since that's the last check we're doing, we now send success if that is not. We need to return this, right? We need to return so to ensure the if statement ends there. So response.json, of course we're passing an object, and then response message is profiles fetched successfully, and then profiles is going to be all profiles, of course. So now saving this is our success message if if all the profiles were created. We're going to pass something else. We're going to pass another property. We're going to add profiles count to give us the number of profiles, right? Profiles profile count, camel keys, of course. Profiles, let's go with S, we need an S here. Profiles count is going to be all profiles, of course, dot length, correct, all profiles dot length. So this is it. So profiles count is going to be all profiles dot length. Then finally, as usual, we're going to throw our server error again. We don't need to write this. We just copy this out. Same server error, right? And paste and save. Oh, we got an error for that. Gosh, it's just need to be careful, right? Okay, I should have stopped here, and then right, good. So I guess that should be fine. So we did a check. We did a single check. If all profiles is not available for any reason, we throw the 404 error, meaning it's the 404 means not found, and then we return this response. If it's found and we have it, we can then send the success status code and then a message, and then we give the length of that's the number of items we have. If still anything goes bad, right? If anything still goes bad, then we send a server error. Let's return as well. Let's ensure our function let's ensure our function terminates there as well. Let's ensure our function terminates here, right? Let's ensure our function terminates there. So return response.status to 01, good, and then return and then catch return. So I guess we are good. I guess we're fine. I guess our code is okay. So now that we have done this, I guess we are good with our second endpoint. So let's go and test our second endpoint in Postman. So our second endpoint is a GET request, right? It is a GET request. We don't need an entry. We are not sending anything from the front end. We're not sending any data along with the request. So how do we implement this? We simply create a new request here, and then it's set to get by default. Remember, we hit our variable dppr, and dppr gives us all of this long stuff. We only add our endpoint, and then we say /get all profiles. That's the name of that's what we call the endpoint. So we want to save it first. No, let's make the request first before we save it. So get all profiles. So let's hit and see what we get. All right, we get an error. Let's check let's see how we save the endpoint. Get all profiles, correct. So get all profiles is a get request. All right, let's go back to Postman. Where could that error be coming from? dppr localhost 500/api/profile/get all profiles. Let's try it again. I can't account for that error. We're still getting the error. Let's go back to our API. app.get/get all profiles. So where could this error be coming from? Let's check out what's telling us here. Cannot get API slash version1 slash profile slash get. Let's go and check. Probably I'm missing an S here. Alright, let's check out that DPPR. Let's check out the variable slash profiles. Let's check out this guy. How does it look? Slash create profile. Let's try. No need to bother. So DPPR gets our profiles. Let's check out how we saved it in Express. App.get. We're good. Let me save the server again and let's see what happens. Is it get request? Of course. DPPR localhost 5000 API slash version1 slash profiles slash get all profiles. So let's send again. It's still not responding. Where could our error be coming from? API version1 slash get all profiles DPPR. Oh, let's check out our variable. It seems there's an issue with our variable. API slash version1 slash profiles. There's absolutely no issue with our variable. Let's copy it from there and then let's paste it directly and see what happens. HTTP localhost slash API slash version1 slash profiles. Let's see. It still shows an error. There's something wrong. There has to be something wrong somewhere. So app.post API slash version1. Gosh, oh guys, the endpoint wasn't complete, right? That's how you can be. This is code for you, right? The endpoint wasn't complete. So probably we'll have saved that variable here as well, right? We can equally save the variable here and make things easier for ourselves, so we don't keep getting these errors, right? But it's fine actually. I love the fact that I'm hitting errors while building. It's cool. It's okay. It's not fun, but it's okay. So now we can get we got an error. Let's check out what the error is. There's no error. Okay, we missed our slash again. Come on, why all these errors? All right, so we're gonna be fine now. So let's go to our server and then let's wait for our server to get set. When our server is ready, then we're going to be fine this time. I'm confident it's going to work this time. So let's hit, and then you're going to see we're going to get all the users, right? This is cool. This is beautiful. So you can see we are able to get all our 3 users. We are able to fetch our users. So this is amazing. We are making very good progress. So our second endpoint should be complete by now, I suppose, right? We hit our try block. We check. We fetch all profiles from our database, and then we check if for any reason we can't account for those profiles. We can't see them for any reason. We send default for response. If we can see them, then we send a success status, profile count, profiles.length, all profiles.length, and then profiles of profiles. Let's go back and check for our profiles count. It is showing us 3, right? So this is cool. We are done with our second endpoint. So let's proceed faster now. Let's create our third endpoint. Our third endpoint is we're now able to get all profiles, right? Now our third endpoint is going to be to get a single profile. We want to be able to get a single profile. So this comes to play when you are editing, when you are trying to edit, right? Let's go back to the demo and check it out. So going back to the demo, when you're trying to edit a profile, right? We fetch that single profile, this profile ID here. We fetch that single profile and then we populate it into this place, right? It seems the request is taking time. It's coming, I guess. It's close. Yeah, I told you guys about render. Render can, once your API is dormant, it can then become slow. So this is the live app, so this is render. I guess it's render that is causing this. So the load time becomes slow for the first request you make. But as you hit the endpoint, as you hit the API the first time, then subsequent request becomes faster. That's an issue with render, but it's okay. It's free, so enjoy yourself. Build projects, test it, and then if you really wish to make your project more robust, more better, giving users a better experience, you simply go ahead and then you go ahead and get onto a paid plan. So over here is the ID of this post. So probably I refresh, the post with this ID is going to be fetched. So we need to create an endpoint, which is what we are doing now. that can fetch a single post by ID. So we call it get single profile. Route request is I'm coming. This is a mistake. Let's ensure we add all the slashes. Let's not keep getting beaten by API error in our API request in our API route. So I guess we are good to go now. So we're trying to create the get single profile endpoint request route get API slash version 1 slash get profile. We call it get profile, right? And then we add the ID. We are getting the profile by ID, right? So we need to add this ID kind of well, I don't know what to call it. This ID flag, we need to add this ID flag to it. So this is the endpoint, it's public, of course, is a get request, and the name is get single profile. So as usual, app again get, and as usual, our endpoint this time, no making mistakes, API slash v1 slash profiles slash get profile slash colon ID. Then I'm not listening to CodePilot, this is code whisperer this time. So ID, then we have our function, our callback function. So we pass our two parameters, request and response. And then after passing our request and response parameter, we can now proceed and build our get single profile endpoint. So for the get single profile endpoint, we are going to be sending the ID from the front end, right? We are going to be sending the ID from the front end. We're going to be saying it is the profile with this ID that we want to get. So how do you get the ID then? We are able to get the ID from the request or params, the params method of the request object. So now we're going to destructure ID from, we'll call it the variable first, const ID is equals to request of params. So we are going to destructure ID from request of params. So now we are now able to get the ID of the post that we are looking for. So as usual, we go with our try catch block, and then catch, of course, we pick our error, and then inside of here, for now, we say console.log, we say error.message. Why don't you just go ahead and copy it out directly, because we are still going to pass the server error, same server error, so no need to waste time doing something when we're still going to copy it and paste. So we have added it in. I just hope I didn't copy with errors this time. Oh gosh, I copied with error again. Okay, let me copy carefully this time. Alright, so alright, good, there's no error this time. Then inside of our try catch block, first thing first, we want to get the profile, right? So how do we do that? We simply set it as a variable, right? So we call it profile, we call it profile, and then as usual we await for it. Remember to make your function an asynchronous function, and then we await for it. So it's inside of our catch block. Profile is equals to await. We await for our profile. We hit profile schema, of course, profile schema, and then the find, we still use find by ID this time, find by ID, and then we find by ID. We want to find, we pass an object, an ID that is equals to our ID, right? So we are simply saying the ID that is equal to the MongoDB ID. This is basically what we are saying. We are setting our ID to the MongoDB ID. So this is how to find a single profile. Okay, this is how to find a single profile. It's basically what I explained. You are saying give me the profile that has this ID, but his ID is equal, it's that ID which I'm sending you should be the ID on the MongoDB database. So we are getting that particular profile. So that's the first thing we are going to do. We're going to call it profile. So we're going to now say if this profile is not available for any reason, if it is not defined, right? If profile is not defined, Copilot can be frustrating sometimes. Probably I should just turn it off. So if profile is not defined, so of course you can guess what we are going to be sending already. We're going to send the response of status not found is 404. As usual, the JSON. We're going to pass JSON. Then as usual, we'll pass the response message. Alright, let's go and Copilot with the code whisperer for once. And let's hope it doesn't give us an error. There's an error, but I don't blame, we don't need to blame code whisperer for this. It's my bad. So I've saved. We're simply saying here, if we can't find our profile, so we send back a 404 status code, a 404 error, and say we can't find our profile, right? Profile not found, fetch failed. So good, we're done with that check. Now we're going to proceed. If this check is passed, if the profile is available, of course, we do the needful, we do the usual. So we say res.return, of course, we end our function. So we say res.status 200 this time is a get request, so it's 200.json, and then inside of our JSON we pass an object and response message, of course. Response message, there should be an E here. Response message is equal to profile fetched successfully, right? Profile fetched successfully, and then of course profile becomes profile. We don't need to do this. ES6 gives us the ability to just add it singularly and it works the same way. We can say profile colon profile, right? But no need to do that since we're working with ES6. You just call it once and it works just fine. So response.json, response message, profile fetched successfully, and then we pass profile, and then if anything happens at all, we can't find the profile, we have it inside of, we have our server error to catch it for us. So profile, not creation this time, profile cannot, profile not found. Server error is a server error. And then we say fetch field. So we pass a server error and say fetch field. Should we call it? I think it's nice we don't call it a server error. Let's just leave it generic. Fetch field profile not. I don't like this profile not found. Makes it sound like 404. Let's just say fetch field request. Good. Request unsuccessful. Request unsuccessful. So you say fetch field request unsuccessful. So let's check out the previous servers what we did. Okay, let's update this one as well. Let's say fetch field profile creation, fetch profile creation. Let's say unsuccessful. Profile creation unsuccessful. Unsuccessful. Right, so profile creation field. This is profile, create profile, and then this is get all profiles, fetch field profiles, request unsuccessful as well. Request unsuccessful. Response profile creation failed. Okay, yeah, as well that request unsuccessful here. Good. So profile creation failed, request unsuccessful, fetch failed, request unsuccessful, and then fetch failed as well, request on success unsuccessful. An extension helps me do that. I have an extension that checks for spelling errors, right? So this is it. I guess we're making good progress. This is our third endpoint right now. So let's proceed to checking out Postman. Let's test our new endpoint. So we can go back and use our DPPR, right? So let's use our DPPR this time since we spotted our error. Double queries, DPP. Let's get it automatically. Double queries DPPR, and then a forward slash, and then let's hit again. All right. Oh, there's a problem. There's a problem. There's a problem. What's different? It seems there's an error in our variable. Okay, it works fine. Localhost 5000 API v1 profiles. What's that? What's that DPPR variable? HTTP localhost 5000 API slash v1 slash profiles. It works fine. I'm coming. Why shouldn't it work fine? It should work just fine. Get all profiles they send. Alright, it's working fine now. Alright, good. So it's working fine. Our variable is correct. So we want to save this as well. That was the second one. So this one is get or profiles. Remember camel case. So we save this. Now we have two items in our collections. Let's proceed and make a third request. The third request is still going to be dppr, of course, right? dppr / get profile. That's what we call the endpoint. Get profile endpoint. Gosh, we start with our collies, of course, and then get profile, right? So that's what we're going to call it. Get profile. Let's go back and check. Let's be sure. API/one/profile/get profile. Good. We need to add the ID of the profile we are looking for. Slash. Then we add an ID. So let's go to all profiles and see all the profiles we have. Let's look for the third user. So let's copy his ID and then let's go here and then let's add his ID here. So you can see we pass the ID as the profile we are looking for, and then inside of our API it comes and acts as this flag here, as this flag. So let's go back to Postman. Let's hit, and you're going to see we're going to get that stored user, right? So we are now able to fetch a user. So that is how on the project here, when you hit any particular user, you are able to get that user's data populated here. You fetch this particular user CD ID, you fetch this particular user, and then you are now able to update and then make a change. Right, I demoed this earlier. So this is a dynamic HTML page. I'm going to show you guys how to create dynamic HTML pages. Of course, I'll show you guys how to do the same in React.js, and I'll show you guys how to do the same in Next.js. So let's proceed back. So we successfully implemented our third endpoint. So let's go back to our developer profiles project. Let's now implement our fourth endpoint. Our fourth endpoint is going to be for updating, right? Our fourth endpoint is going to be updating. So get single profile. This time we are updating profile. Update profile. So it's not going to be a get request. It's going to be a patch request. And then /API/version1/profiles/update. We're still going to use the ID flag, right? Update profile because we are targeting a specific profile. So patch/API/v1/profile/update profile/ the ID of the profile we are looking for. As usual, we start with app is going to be a patch request, and then first thing first, our endpoint /API/v1/profiles/get profile. No, we've built get profile. We've built get profile, update profile/:ID, right? So first argument, second argument is our function, right? Second argument is our function. The second argument is our function. As usual, we'll pass our request and response parameters to it. So when we pass our request and response parameters, we proceed. First of all, this is also coming with an ID. So as usual, we destructure our ID from regular params. We start with const, right? Then we destructure ID from regular params, right? This is the same as saying const. This is the same as saying const ID is equals to reg.params.id, right? This is the same thing we are doing. Okay, we are destructuring ID from regular params. The same thing, but the other one looks more cool, looks more professional, right? So we are destructuring ID from regular params. So the next thing we are going to do is we need is s. Sorry, this should be params, not param. Regular params. So now we're destructuring ID from regular params. So once we destructure ID from regular params, we are getting inputs in this, right? We are getting the data we want to update this profile with. So we are going to target the profile with this ID, and then with the request will come the new update we want to apply to that profile, right? So apart from destructuring the ID, we are as well going to destructure the response coming. Remember, we're going to get full name, and then we're going to get email, we're going to get website, and we're going to get about. So you destructure all of this coming from this time regular body, of course. So regular body, we destructure them from regular body, then we now do our usual try catch block. Try catch, right? As usual, pick our error first of all, and after picking our error, we'll send our server pass our server error to it. We actually don't need to keep repeating these stuffs. There's a way you can do it's called error handling. You can do all of these things manually, set them up so that you don't have to keep repeating yourself this much. But this is not a project we will be doing that. Hopefully in some other tutorial on my YouTube channel. But for this project, we're not going to be doing error handling that way. We're going to just keep repeating ourselves. Alright, so I just hope I didn't cause an error this time. There seemed to be an error. Wait, did I miss it? I'm coming. Let me cut this all out. There still seems to be an error. Oh gosh. Oh, are we still having an error? I think there's an error still. Where did I miss it? Rector params. Oh gosh. I think probably because I added it on a different line. Alright, I think I saved already. Our function closing semicolon curly brace is missing. So let's save now. Right, we're fine. So let's proceed. As usual, try catch block. We catch our error. We catch our error, right? So, oh, thank God. Do we have an error here? Okay, good, no error. So now let's proceed with our try block. What do we want to do with our try block? So now, first check will be if any of these guys are not defined. If, as usual, if full name is not defined, if full name is not defined, or if email is not defined, or if website is not defined. I don't want to mind code whisperer. I don't want trouble. Or if about is not defined. So if any of these guys are not defined, so we proceed, and then if any of these guys are not defined, we return a bad request. Of course, we if any of them are not defined, we return rest or status. Status, of course, is going to be 400 bad request. The JSON, yeah, send back an object containing we send back an object containing an response message, right? 400 response message. So our response message is going to be profile creation. What are we doing? Profile update field. Profile update field, and then we're going to say, please provide all necessary. Please fill or fields, right? We need a reason is a string here. Is a string. Are we having an error? Are we having an error? I don't know. Okay, we don't. So where's the status 400 the JSON response message provide update failed. Please fill or fields. Good. Alright, we're making progress. So that's our first check. So we check in case any of those guys are not defined, then we send back that error response, a bad request response. So if it is defined, we then proceed. So if they're all defined, right, we proceed and then we say updated profile. Okay, first of all, we need to do something. Updated profile. Yeah, I'm coming. I would love us to first of all check if the profile to update is available. If the profile to update is available, then we can proceed and update it. But if the profile to update is not available, then we can throw an error, right? So let's do that. Let's do that. I think that would be nice. So let's go that way. Let's say const profile to update is equals to, yeah, am I correct? Good. You say profile, yes, dot profile schema, sorry. Profile schema dot find by ID. No, we're finding by ID only. Find by ID. Find by ID will pass our object underscore ID is equals to the ID we're passing, right? So we first of all check if the profile is available, right? So we First of all, check if we have this profile on the database. Then we carry out another check, right? We say if not profile to update, if it's not defined, right? If not profile to update, if profile to update is not defined, Copilot code whisperer, please shut up. If it's not defined, then we're going to show a 404 error, right? So res.status 404.json as an object with a response message is equals to profile update failed profile with, we need to change this as string, we need to use backticks so we can get some variable into it. So profile with ID, profile with ID not found, profile with ID not found. So we can't perform update because we can't find that profile. So that's our second check. Remember to return, so we ensure our function ends at that response. So we're good to go. That's our second check. So we have now checked if that profile is not available. Then we're now sending a response and saying profile to update is not available. All right, so that's how we're going to do it. We're now going to say profile to update is not available. We used find by ID and update. No, this is not what we want. This is not what we want. This should just be find. This should just be find by ID, right? Oh gosh, I don't want to update yet. Autocomplete can be trouble sometimes. Yeah, it can be trouble. So find by ID. That's what I want. I don't want to update yet. So find by ID and then give me the ID that's should we do it this way? How did we do it previously? We used find by ID, we got the ID that is equals to this ID. Alright, it's cool. The same thing. Profile to update. Yeah, it's cool. Find by ID is equals to ID. Correct. So yeah, I think it's cool. It's going to work. I think it'll be fine. So we now did our check. Profile to update. If profile to update is not defined, where's the status 404? Then we have done a second check. Then now we're going to go. I guess we're done. We're done with checking. We're going to say updated profile is equals to, yeah, of course, profile schema. Thanks to code whisperer. Now we are going to go with find by ID and update. Right, find by ID and update. Okay, then we're going to pass. When we say find by ID and update, the first object to pass is, of course, the ID on MongoDB that is equal to our ID. That's the first thing you pass inside of the object. Then you're going to pass some other arguments. Right, so you update this ID. Now, what do we want to pass? We want to pass this data, right, which is coming from regular body. I would prefer us to just pass it directly. I prefer passing it directly instead of passing regular body, because while building my API, I could have made some changes to them. I could have made some changes to regular body. Probably I have updated these guys during the operations. So if I go and pass regular body again, I might be passing the exact stuff coming from regular body while ignoring the ones I've made some changes on during some operation. Okay, so I don't like passing regular body directly. So I like passing the responses directly, especially when it involves especially when it means I could have made a change. So just to be, I like playing safe when coding. So I think it's a good thing to practice, right? So if you pass regular body, you are passing what is coming directly, but probably a change about code and then you get an issue. All right, so I think it's safe. So it's better that way. So now the first argument is we look for what we want to update, right? The post with this ID, that's the guy we want to update. Then the next thing to do is we pass the this find by ID. Right, good. Right, no problem. So if profile to update is not defined, which are an error, good, then we now go ahead and then updated profile. We update the profile first argument, look for it, second argument, what you want to become its new values, and then the third argument is going to be an object. The third argument will be an object, and then you're going to pass two things to it. New is true, and then the other is run validators. Run validators is as well going to be true. So if you are confused about what this third piece of code does, right? Now let me show you guys how I use ChatGPT. So you can just copy this piece of code, right? And then let's go to ChatGPT. You go to ChatGPT and you paste that code. Right, I love being polite to ChatGPT. Okay, so first of all, we get ChatGPT, we say, hey chat, and then of course it gives us a response. Then you can say, please explain this piece of code. And then ChatGPT is going to give you a response. All right, so it's going to explain everything for you, and it's very, very detailed. So basically, oh gosh, what I want to say is this and this. So like I said, the first is the first check is you are looking for the profile that has the ID. That's the first check. The second check is the data you are passing to become its new values, and then the third check is as well an object. So what does this object tell you? I want us to see the new part. So this option tells Mongoose to return the updated document after the update operation is completed, right? You get. So if you don't add this new, it will return the document before the update. So if we don't add this new flag, it's going to return the initial state of that profile. But if we add the new flag, it's going to return the final state, which is what we now updated. And that makes a lot more sense. Then run validators is simply saying the run validators will check your model, right? To check your Mongoose model, go to Mongoose, sorry, models. Yeah, it will run all of these checks on your Mongoose model. That's what the run validators do. So we want the run validators to work, of course. We want the run validators to run, and then we want the new updates which we just made. So we have now successfully gotten this. We have successfully gotten our updated profile. We can now send it back to our users. So rest.status 200 now, right? Success.json, rest.status.json. What is a post request? It's not a post request. All right, rest.status.json 200, and then we're now going to say, as usual, we're going to pass our object, and then first thing is response message, profile updated successfully, and then profile is updated profile, right? So the profile is the updated profile. So I guess we are good with this endpoint as well. We're making progress. So one last endpoint and we'll be done. We're close, we're making progress. All right, so one last endpoint and we'll be done. First of all, we'll go test this endpoint, right? This is a pretty long endpoint, not so long though. Yeah, it's pretty long, I must confess. All right, so we have saved the get all profiles. We haven't saved the get profile yet. Let's try it again. All right, let's add a fake ID and see what it sends us. You can see profile not found fetch field, just like we added inside of the API, right? Just like we added in the get profile endpoint, right? So get profile not found fetch field, because we can't get the profile with this ID. We can't get the profile with this ID, so profile not found fetch field, right? So this is just cool. All right, this is basically the API response you get on the front end as a developer. So we are basically mocking the front end here with Postman. So the next thing we're going to be doing is, okay, you might be wondering how then does Postman concern me as a developer, as a front end developer? It concerns you because you are the one to integrate and work on all these APIs. So you're going to make a post request. Before you make your post request on your front end, you can carry the endpoints, come over here, test them, mock the post request, mock the patch request, mock the delete request, mock everything like I'm mocking them here before you go and now implement with Axios or whatever you wish to use, right? So it's important to know how to use Postman as a developer. So let's correct this and let's fetch again to get the actual profile. So we can now save this. We haven't saved it. It's going to be called get profile. Should we call it single profile? Yeah, let's call it get single profile, right? So get single profile, we save it. So we're done with this. Let's proceed to another request, which is the request we are currently working on, update profile. So as usual, we go with DPPR, developer profiles project root, and then we add our slash, and then get profile. No, we're updating profile this time. Update profile slash ID. Alright, so let's go to get our profiles and then let's hit again. Alright, so we've gotten all our profiles. Let's update the first user. Right, let's copy his ID and then let's go to update profile and then let's say Ctrl V. You can see how it looks now. Is first user at gmail.com. This is how it looks, right? So now we want to update the profile. So we have gotten the ID already. So this is how the let's go and be sure of this endpoint. Update profile, go to /ID. I guess we're gonna have a seamless request this time. So we've gotten the ID, but then we need some piece of data. So we just copy all of this because we'll be updating. So we are going to add piece of data. So we go to body as usual, go to raw, go to JSON, right? And then we hit Ctrl V. So we're now going to update. We're going to say first, we are updating the first user. So we're going to say first user. We're going to now add updated to it. Third user at gmail.com. Third user, let's say first user updated. First user updated at gmail.com. Then first user, let's say fs updated fu user, first user fu updated.com. I am the updated first user, right? So I'm the updated first user. So let's hit this endpoint and test and see what we've got. It wasn't successful. When are we going to make a simple request without an error? All right, so let's proceed, and it's a patch request, not a get. So let's send, and we still get an error, right? So dppr update profile slash this, right? All right, so let's go back to our API and check out where our error could be coming from. Slash version 1 slash profiles. There should be an S there. All right, so let's go and then let's hit. It seems to be worse. We didn't add. Coming, there seems to be an error. Okay, our server has not prepared yet. Our server was not ready. So now our server is ready. And then profile update field. Please fill all fields. Wow, this is strange. Full name, first user, email, website, everything is available. Alright, so probably we had a typo. If not full name, email, website, alright, you can see not about. Yeah, there was a typo there. There was a typo. So let's wait for our server to. Let's wait for our server to come up. It's loading. We need to connect to the database. Each time we save, a database connection is triggered, right? You can see it here. A database connection is triggered, so we need to wait for some network process. So let's go now. Our API should work just fine. And then fetch failed. Strange. We have an error. Fetch failed, request unsuccessful. We have a server error. Oh, all right. I love it that we're getting errors. Patch API slash version 1 slash profile slash update profile slash ID request rest vector params ID full name email website about vector body. Good. If not full name, not email, not website, not about, rest of status 400.json, profile update failed. What was the error? It was a server error, right? It was a server error. So it means all of this passed. No. It means there's something somewhere. Not. So profile to update is created. Profile schema defined by ID. And then we used find by ID up here. We use this method, find by ID equals to ID. If not, profile to update, right? Return restore status 404. Profile update failed. Profile update failed. Profile with ID not found. Updated profile find by ID and update. Let's go ID, full name, email, website, about. I think our error is coming from here. Is an object. Alright, probably is because we are passing an object. Right? Let's just pass our rector body directly. In this case, it doesn't have an implication, right? But if there will be an implication, you can probably just call it come over here and then create a variable, and then you call it whatever, and then you pass the object to it before you pass the variable name. So let's go ahead. Probably that's the problem. Let's go back to Postman and see our server is up. Let's hit now. Still the same. Alright, okay, let's check out. Let's try to see this error. Object property session pool property closes. Gosh, it's a server error. Why are we getting the error? API.patch. Yes, it's a patch request, right? It's a patch request. We're trying to update the profile. So API /version1/profiles /update profile, and then ID. Did we pass an ID to it? We passed an ID to it. Update profile ID, full name, email. This error sounds familiar. Fill of fields. Alright, there's actually another way. I think, could it be this? Alright, let's use another method. Let's just pass the ID directly. Find by ID. Let's just pass the ID directly without doing that extra search. We don't need the object in this case. So we just pass the ID directly. We don't need the object in this case. Alright, so let's try it now and see if that resolves the error for us. This error is strange actually. Probably it's because I'm building live. I mean the errors are kind of something else. Oh gosh, so where's my error coming from? Right, let me go back to get all profiles. Probably I didn't get a profile that existed. It shows the error, right? So update profile, Ctrl V, still the same, field request unsuccessful. Well, JSON. Alright, okay guys. Where could this error be coming from? Where could this error be coming from? Update profile /:ID. So where on earth could this error be coming from? It's a patch request, yes. App.get, app.post, app.patch, reg.params, full name, reg.body, right? If full name, if any of these guys are not defined, 400. Profile to update is profile schema. Profile to update is profile schema dot find by ID. So if not profile to update, response 404, sorry, profile update failed, profile with ID not found, and then updated profile schema to find by ID, and update. Could it be coming from here? Find by ID and update. So first things first, you pass your brace, your first object, reg.body, then another object, and then we save, and then res.status 200.json, response message. Oh goodness, I have been able to detect the error. I've been able to detect the error, and I'm getting stressed. I've been recording for quite a while, so I guess that's why. So I think the problem was because I didn't await for our request. So I've been stressing that. I've been stressing that. I've been stressing that. So like I said, that error was familiar, just that I just couldn't remember. We go with async first of all. We go with async, right? And then over here we await, right? And then over here as well we await. All right, so good. Async and await. I think our API should be fine. I was actually very surprised that our API was breaking because I mean this should be one of the smoothest endpoints we've built and it was breaking. I was actually very surprised. All right, so I think it should work just fine now. So let's go back to our Postman and let's hit the test. And then you should see now that the first user should get updated. Okay, so when we now go back to get all profiles and then we hit the request, you're now going to see that the first user will now be different. Oh, we updated the second user. Sorry, we updated the second user. 64CB. This is the one we updated, right? I copied this. Yeah. So update. Where is it? Where's the request? This is it. 64CB4C. Let's go back to get our profiles. 64CB4C. Yeah, this is the one. Let's do it. Let it not be as though I'm cheating. Let's update the third user this time. Let's make the third user the same as the second user. Right? Yeah, let's make the third user the same as the second user. So let's go back there at the ID. Let it not be as though I'm cheating, and then we send. Yeah, it's going to throw an error, right? It's going to throw an error. Beautiful. I love this. I love this error. Why? Because run validators. We said it should run validators, meaning it should run our schema model. It should run the checks in our schema model. And inside of our schema, inside of our profile model, sorry, not schema model, we told it to run the checks, run validators inside of our profile model, inside of the schema. And we cannot use multiple emails for the same profile. So unique, true, right? So we cannot use multiple emails for the same profile. So that certainly means this is not going to work because we are using the same email for two users. Everything else can be the same, but email has to change. All right. So we can now add a changed here, GED, if you updated, changed. Okay. So only the email will be different for the third user. Everything else will be the same. So when we send, you're going to see it's still throwing an error. If you changed, I think we missed the at now. If you changed at, all right, let's bring the at. Right, so if updated at changed.com. I think it was just, I think this time was because we missed the at. I don't know actually, but let's hit. So I think we're still not getting the response. Find and modify caused by duplicates. Let's go, let's check get all profiles and let's get our profile. Third user, find user updated at gmail.com. We seem to be getting so much bugs. Probably I should take a break. Oh gosh, I was changing the website when I should change the email. Come on, the website can be changed, right? But it's the email I should have focused on. I was focusing on the website. So let's go. Changed.com. Email has to be unique, right? So we have to change the email. It has to be unique. So first user updated changed at gmail.com. So the name will be this. We're now updating the third user, right? So this is going to be the detail for the third user once we hit the request. So first user updated, blah blah blah. We are updating the third user, right? So good. Let's go back to the get all profiles now, and then let's go back to get all profiles, and then let's hit. You're going to see now that the third user is going to, you see. So our update is as well working. So our update, our endpoint is working as well. So we're making so much progress. We're making so much progress. One last endpoint to go. I pray we don't get any errors in this one. One last endpoint to go. Right. So app.patch. one last endpoint to go. And then description, update profile. This is delete profile this time. Delete profile, API slash option1 profile slash, excuse me, delete profile ID, right? It's not a patch this time, it's a delete request. It's a delete request, right? So, good. As usual, app this time dot delete, app dot delete, and then inside app dot delete, the first argument is going to be inside app.delete. The first argument is going to be, as usual, our API route, API slash v1 slash profiles slash delete, right? Delete profile slash colon ID, and then slash colon ID, and then as usual, good. Let's not forget our async function this time. Request, response, right? So good. We're trying to delete this endpoint is going to be very similar, very similar to the update endpoint. So for the delete endpoint, is different because we don't have any entry coming in, right? But we are going to destructure the ID as usual. It's because we need the ID. We're going to destructure ID from rec.params. Good. We destructure ID from rec.params. So we're going to check for profiles. So first of all, bring in our try-catch block. Bring in our try-catch block. We catch our error, and then after catching our error, as usual, we pass our server error to it, and then we paste. After passing our server error to it, the next thing we're going to do is, after passing our server error, first thing we're going to do is we're going to, of course, check. We're going to check if the profile that we want to delete is available, right? Excuse me. So const profile to delete is equals to profile schema dot find by ID, correct? So we say if profile to delete is not defined, if profile to delete is not defined, if profile to delete is not defined, then we proceed, and as usual we stop the function there and rest.status. If it's not available, it's 404, right? I hope it's 404 we passed in the previous guy. Yeah, it's 404. So we pass a 404, we pass a 404 error, and of course a JSON response, and then message, response message, response message, right? Is going to be delete field, request, yeah, delete field, profile. We need literals, we need string literals, delete field, profile with ID not found, right? Profile with ID not found. So that's our first check. So if that check is passed, if the profile is found, then we can now successfully delete profile, right? Deleted profile is equal to we already made the same mistake. Code whisperer can be helpful sometimes. Probably I wouldn't have gotten into that error if I had been accepting the help of code whisperer. So profile schema that's find by ID and delete. Can I accept your help this time? No, I'm not accepting your help. I'm going with find by ID and remove. Yeah, find by ID and remove. Yeah, I think delete works. Let's go with delete, find by ID and delete. So delete ID. All right. Okay, find by ID and delete ID. Let's just go with remove, find by ID and remove. Oh, let's go with delete. Which are we going with? Let's go remove. Let's go remove. So underscore ID colon ID, and then deleted profile find by ID, and we need an object here, right? Pass this into an object, and then find by ID and remove. right? So once we successfully accomplish that, we now send the final response. Rest of status 200.json, of course, and then rest of status 200.json, rest of status 200.json, uh, as usual, response message, request uh, profile deleted successfully, right? And then profile is, I think it should be deleted profile. What did we do up there? Let's see. Run validators. Let's call it delete updated profile. It's better this way. Let's just let's enjoy ES6 updated profile, and then over here as well we call it deleted profile, right? So we're having an error JSON. All right, we had a double JSON here. All right, so that's the error. I think we're done. No profile to delete, rest of status 404. JSON response message found. Right. All right. Okay, good, we're good. So let's go back, and I made some change on this update profile. Get single profile, update profile. So let's update another profile this time. Let's update the second. They are first user here. Okay, let's update this one particularly. Let's call it something totally different. Right. So let's make it sensible. Sandra Kimball. Right. Then we say sk@gmail.com. sk@gmail.com. sandrak.com. Sandra K. Let's say sandrak.com, and then hello, this is Sandra K. Hello, this is Sandra K. So let's update Sandra K. First profile, good. Let's now proceed and check out all profiles this time. You're going to see Sandra K is going to be on the first profile. Alright, good. This is Sandra Kimball. Right, Sandra Kimball. Which did we update with Sandra Kimball? 64, CB5, blah blah blah. Okay, CB4, CB4, CB5. Let's see which we updated. We updated CB5. Alright, you're correct. So we updated the top profile and is actually showing correctly, right? So our update is working. Now let's get to save it. Let's get to save our update profile. As usual, camel kissing, update profile, right? And then update profile, should I save? We're good. Good. Then now we can proceed to make our final request, right? Which is the delete profile. So over here we set it to delete. Let's not make mistakes this time. dppr and then slash delete profile slash :id, right? Let's go and copy a profile to delete and get all profiles. Which profile are we going to delete? Let's delete the second profile. It's ugly, dirty, looking not nice. The data there are looking not so good. So, all right, let's attempt to delete and let's see what happens. That was cool. At once, for once, we did it, guys. All right, so let's save it. Delete profile, right? So we save delete profile. So we have all 5 endpoints working fine. So when we go back, you're going to see that this first user updated, blah blah, is gone. So let's go back to all profiles. Right now there are 3, but because we deleted one, you're going to see that they're now going to be 2, and then that guy is gone. Let's delete Sandra Kimball again. No, let's delete first user and let's leave Sandra Kimball. Right, so let's go to delete profile. Let's delete the first user. Alright, good. First user is gone. When you go to get all profiles, it's now going to be only Sandra Kimball. So our delete endpoint as well is working just fine. So guys, we have successfully implemented all 5 API endpoints. We have built the complete API for that project. Okay, so now we are able to fetch all our users for the home page. We are able to delete user, update user. We're able to create the user, and we're able to get a single user. So this is just cool. We have successfully built the complete API for that project. All right. So just like I showed you guys, right? Just like I showed you guys, this is how you normally build it as a beginner. It's easily understandable, right? You just keep building and building, and it's easy. But then, as you just imagine, this is just a simple project, and see how much files we have here already. So your project can just your project can just become so clumsy and dirty. So we need to do some destructuring, some modularization, bringing things together. Controllers will be in one place. We're going to bring in routes, and then all models will be in one place. The model are already in one place, so we're going to introduce 2 more folders: controllers, and then we're going to introduce the routes folder. So now you're going to see how clean our app.js file is going to look in just a bit. So first of all, we're going to extract all of these all of our endpoints. We're going to extract them, and we're going to add them inside of controllers. So controllers are basically just functions that helps us make our endpoints to look cleaner. So inside of this controller, like I told you, we can have different controllers. So this API we built relates to the profile section of our app, right? It just relates to profiles. Okay, so we can work on another section of the backend, which is authentication and authorization. So we get to do with users and all of those other stuff. So we can then have the auth controllers, right? We can work on different sections. I mean, the more the project get bigger, the more we have different controllers to work with, right? So right now we have created those controllers. We're now going to we have created all our endpoints. I'm not going to create the controllers, right? It's only going to be one controller for profiles because we don't have authentication and we don't have those other stuffs. So we're going to call it profiles.js. No, profile is just singular. Profile controller.js. We're going to call it profile controller.js. So the first thing we're going to import, we used it inside of the app.js file. We are also going to be using it here. We're going to import the profile schema. We're the ones calling it schema. It mustn't be called schema, is your choice, because we're using default and we used default export, right? So this is wrong from code whisperer. So we're importing this from model. No, we're going out of controllers first, then we go into model. Yeah, then we now pick profile. What's the name? We'll pick profile model.js. So we'll pick profile model.js, right? Profile model.js. So that's our profile schema. So now we're going to go and extract our API from that app.js file, and you're now going to see our app.js file is going to look a lot cleaner. So we start by picking the first. We pick this out, we pick it out, and then we go to profile.js controller. We paste it, right? Then after picking that out, we now pick this out. We pick the async function, right? The purple curly, it stopped at purple curly, right? So we pick that out. We go to our profile.js as well. So we export it. No default export here. We're using named export. So we call it create profile indeed. Create profile is equal to, then we paste, right? So that is it. I open up, we're not having any errors here. Okay, sorry, export const. We need a keyword here. We need a const keyword. So this is our first endpoint. We are done with our first endpoint. So now let's go ahead and do the same for all the other endpoints. So this is the first. Then we pick this as well. Control C, we go to profile.js, we paste profile.js, we paste. Then we go as well and we copy the cut from here, and as well we cut. Control X, right? Oh gosh, what are we doing? We're supposed to pick the second one. First of all, let's pick this. Let's pick this comment. Get single profile. Oh, we picked the wrong comment. Oh gosh, I guess I'm getting stressed out, right? Yeah, I'm getting stressed out. So create new profile, get all profile, get single profile. Alright, control. We're done picking the first. So let's pick the second, get all profiles, right? So we've done great. Let's paste get all profiles. Then as well, we're going to export it. Export const get all profiles, and then we're going to go copy the whole endpoints from their sync keyword. Get all profiles, right? From here, we'll copy from here up to this place. Control X, right? Then over here we paste. Alright, good. Making progress. So let's go faster this time. Alright, so get all profiles. I guess we'll copy this. Alright, it seems I just copied it. I wanted us to cut it out so we don't get distracted anymore. Then the third, get single profile. You go to this, we paste, and then App.js again. Now we're getting single profile. Come over like this, you cut, right? I copied again instead of cutting, it's fine. Alright, good. So we'll go over here. Oh, my bad. Alright, so we go over here, get single profile, we're done with you. So we just copied 3 already. Let's go check out what we have there. Alright, so we copy the next. Control X. And then we paste. After pasting, and then we cut again from the sync function. From the sync, we stop at wow, this endpoint is pretty long. We stop at the purple curly. Right? So we paste. We need to give it a name. Const update profile. Update profile is equals to. So as well, we export it. Name the export. So we can import by direct destructuring. We didn't name this profile. Export const get profile here is equal to this. So we have create profile, get all profiles, get profile, update profile, and then let's go copy the last, which is delete profile. So Ctrl X, and then paste here. From the async, I cut purple curly, cut as well, and then I paste, and then as well I name this. I name the export. I think code is correct this time. So delete profile, correct. Update profile, correct. Get profile, correct. Update profile, delete profile, get all profiles, and then create profile. So we have successfully exported all of our endpoints from the app.js file. So the app.js file is going to have a lot more space to breathe. So we can now successfully clean up all of these guys, right? And now I'm going to say app.use, right? We're going to say app.use. Before we say app.use, let's go import. Let's import the router, right? Sorry, we created the controller. Okay. Before we bring in app.use, let's just do it like this. Let's first of all go handle the routing. So we just did the controllers, right? We handled the controllers, copying all of those endpoints like you saw me do. And then now let's go to this is profile model. And then where's the routes folder? I guess, yeah, I created the routes folder. So we create a file inside of it. We say profiles router.js. Right, so inside of profile router.js, what we want to do here is we want to create a routing for our app. Right, first thing first, we import Express from Express, import Express from Express, and then after importing Express, we import all of those endpoints that we exported inside of the controller. So we import create profile. I think it's best we just copy them so we don't make mistakes, right? So profile controller is it profile.js. So I think I can just close them up, right? So I can easily get space to copy their names and don't have any errors, right? Okay, good. So create profile, get all profiles, get profile, update profile, delete profile. So we copy them one by one. We're going to destructure every single one of them, comma, and then we go again, Control C, copy. I just don't want to have any errors at this time. I've been recording for quite some time, so any more for that stress, any for that bug might just break me down. Alright guys, I just hope you guys have been having a good time. I hope you guys are enjoying the tutorial, especially how I'm being very detailed with the way I'm explaining things and making things very clear to you guys. So we're done copying those names. We're going to import from right controllers. Yeah, profile.js, correct. So we have imported all of these guys now. So import Express, and then now we are trying to set up our router, right? The routing for our endpoint. So we go this way, Express the router. We invoke the router, and then to do this, excuse me, to do this, there are two ways to do it, right? For the first method, let's call it method one. Your API link becomes for the first method, which is method one, your API link for the first method, which is method one, your API link becomes like this, right? Becomes slash API slash v1 slash profiles, right? Slash, you have to add the endpoint. Okay, you have to add the endpoint when using this method, right? This method is actually my preferred method. It's my preferred method because of simplicity and it's direct, it's very clear. You don't need to twist your head trying to understand what's going on. It's very straightforward. So how is it going to be? You say router, right? Dot get, and then what do? You add the endpoint to it, create profile, and then the second argument is what should happen. Good, I like that. Then we go with router dot get again, right? So get all profiles. Let's go with code with powerful ones. So router.get create profile. Router.get all profiles. This is a post request, my bad. This is a post request. This is a post request, right? So router.post create profile, go get all profiles, get profile, we use a patch, not a put. A patch, right? Not a put, and then delete profile. So this is just fine. With this, we're going to get the same effect. So let's go to our app.js now, and then let's import our router. Now we don't need this over here anymore because it's basically domain. So we want profiles router from excuse me. We want to pick routes. We want to pick routes slash profiles router.js app.js. Right, so we are importing our router here. So now that we are importing our router, we're now going to go with app.use. Right, so app.use, two parameters as well. First is the API root. Right? So API slash v1 slash profiles, right? And then we pass profiles router to it. Alright, code whisperer is trying to get me into trouble here. Okay, so alright, I guess this is it. App.use, this is the root, right? So API slash v1 slash profiles, and then when you now go to the router, you now have slash create slash this slash this slash this, right? So it starts from here, which is API, the default extras, right? Slash profiles, and then when you go to the router, which it is falling onto, we now have slash create profile, get all profiles, this, and we have it like that. So when using this method, it's actually very straightforward and it's very clear, like you guys can see. This is the method I love using. So with this, we have successfully structured and modularized our API. We have controllers having their section, we have routes having their place, and then we have a model. If there are any extra models, they will all stay in their places. So we have a modular system. Now we have a more optimized looking entry points for our server, for our backend, which is the app.js file. Right, so now let's go and test our endpoints if they are still going to work. Right, so let's start with this. We destructured, right? We did some serious destructuring. Let's check out our, okay, we already have an error. So profiles router from route slash profiles router.js does not provide an export name default. Oh gosh, I'm coming profiles router. Is this profiles router? Oh, sorry, we didn't export, right? Export default, sorry, my bad. We need to export the, after we create our profiles router, we need to make an export so that our app.js can, I mean, there was no export, it doesn't make sense, right? We basically just did what we did and then there was no export inside of it. So export default, we're now going to export our router. We're going to export our router. Right, so now that we save, let's see if our server still cries out. Our server still cries out. Profiles router app.use cannot access app before initialization. Oh gosh, let's go to App.js. Okay, oh sorry, my bad, this one's supposed to be here. Oh gosh, I seem to be really damn stressed. I seem to be stressed out. Okay, so it should be fine now. It should be fine over here. Right, so with this, we have successfully broken down our API, and I suppose everything should be working fine. So let's start with creating a profile. Right, so let's call it let's say modular user. All right, let's say modular user at gmail.com, and then let's say mu.com, and then hello, let's just say I am a new user. So let's create. That was successful. That tells you our destructuring, our modularization, everything works just fine, right? So let's get our profiles and let's see. We're gonna have two users now. It works fine. Let's get single profile. Let's copy an ID first of all. Ctrl C, and then get single profile. Replace with this, and then we send. We can get the profile is working. Sandra Kimball is working. Then update profile. Yeah, let's update Sandra Kimball. Let's just update only the name. Sandra Kimball name updated. Let's say Sandra Kimball. Okay, sorry, body. We did that inside the body. Sandra Kimball name updated. All right, so let's send. Good. Let's go to get all profiles. You're going to now see, you see, it's showing Sandra Kimball, right? Sandra Kimball. but now it's going to change to Sandra Kimball updated, name updated because we updated it. So we've done create profile, get all profile. Have we done single profile? Yeah, update profile. Yeah, we did this. Then delete profile. So let's delete Sandra Kimball updated as well. Control V, and then we send. Sandra Kimball updated is gone. Let's go to get all profiles again. And I'm going to say Sandra Kimball updated is gone. We're going to have only modular user. So our API structuring, our modularization works just fine. So one more thing, I want to show you the second method. The second method of using the router, like I said, this method is straightforward. I love it. It's just plain. It's simple. The second method it has a less amount of code, right? But it's kind of ambiguous. It's basically kind of not as easy to wrap your head around as this. So in this method, like I said, you don't use as much code as this. It looks basically simpler, but it's more complex, right? Slash API slash v1 slash profiles, right? Slash API slash v1 slash profiles, and then in this case, only the request type will change. Only the request type will change. Like I said, it looks a lot more simpler. Okay, you're going to see what I mean. Only the request type changes, right? Only the request type will change. So the request type, as we know, could be get, post, patch, right? Get, post, patch, delete, right? Only the request type will change. Every other thing remains the same. Okay, so let me demonstrate it to you guys. So how do you do that? You say router.route, router.route. First thing first, you go with the forward slash, meaning any of this is going to relate to this two, right? That does not have IDs attached to them. So forward slash dot post. When you're making a post request, you are doing the create profile dot get. Good, I like this. The post create profile dot get, and then similarly you say router.route, right? Router.route. Like I said, this one is harder to wrap your head around. Okay, so let's say we router.route this. Oh, we might have an error. Let me comment this out quickly. All right, we're not making a request yet. So router.route forward slash post create profile get all profile, right? So when you hit an endpoint, when you basically, like this one is very explanatory, right? But this one is kind of ambiguous. It's kind of somehow, it's not very clear, right? So you have API slash version 1 slash profiles. Only the request type will change. Everything will remain the same. Okay, so you guys are going to see, I'm going to comment this out, and then we're going to use this method. And you might already be wondering, how is it going to be possible, right? How is it going to be possible? How on earth is it going to be possible? But then you're going to see how it works. That is just how it is. Only the request type is going to change. So let me comment this out now, and then let's see how this works. So router.route forward slash post create profile get all profiles ID this and this. I believe you can already see this method is actually not as clear as the other method, right? But just try to wrap your head around it. You're gonna get it. Okay. So in this other method, you don't need to add all of this. You don't need to add all of these extra names, right? You don't need to add all of these extra identifiers. Excuse me. You don't need to add all of these extra identifiers, right? This create profile, get all profiles. Get all profiles, get profile. You don't need to add these extra identifiers to this method. All right. So you just go ahead and say on the post on this home route, which is meaning for routes without ID checking, right? Route without ID checking. I want you are okay. Let me go this way. You are basically saying here route without ID checking. There will be a post, and then on that post request implement create profile. There will be a get. On that get request implement get all profiles, right? So you are simply saying routes on the home, which is just this app API version 1 slash profiles. As long as it's on that API slash version1 slash profiles. This is the home. That single forward slash simply means the same thing here, right? It means the same thing. So as long as you are on this home route, you implement a post, it gives any post request hits this endpoint, any get request hits this endpoint. And then routes with ID, right? There's a get profile, okay, update profile, okay, delete profile. So it works the same way. Let's go back to Postman now. Like you can see, I've commented out this code. I've commented out this piece of code. Let's go back to Postman. Inside of Postman, I'm trying out. You can see I've deleted the identifier. All right, let's go back. Okay, this was the identifier. If I send it, it's going to fail because I've commented the other method. Now, if I remove the identifier and then I send, you're going to see it's still going to work just fine, right? Let me see. Yeah, our server is up. It's going to work just fine. Let me send it again, right? It's going to work just fine. So get all profile. If I do create profile, update profile, get single profile. Let's do get single profile again. I'm coming. Let's go to get all profile. Let me get this ID. Right, let me get this ID, get single profile, and then now I'm going to remove the identifier, right? And then it's going to be only the ID, and then I now paste it, right? And I send it. You're going to see it's going to get that. I mean, it works, right? It works. You just need to try to think it out and try to wrap your head around it. It's actually kind of a little tricky to get your head around. So I don't really prefer this method, right? I prefer this other method, which is very, very clear. Okay, the method that has the identifiers on it. So let's go back to Postman. Let's return Ctrl Z, and then let's do get profile. Now with the identifier, it works the same way. It works fine. Okay. Okay, let's try again. Fetch field. All right. Get all profiles. Did I delete it? Uh-oh. It seems there's a problem with our code. Right, let's save again. I don't know what went wrong. Nothing should have gone wrong actually. So get up. Oh, sorry, we didn't add the identifier here. Yeah, so get up profiles, resend, and then it works. Get single profile as well. I think yeah, it should work fine. Okay, do we have this ID? Let's go to get up profiles. Let's check. Let's fetch the ID. And then get single profile. It should work just fine, and everything else should work just fine, right? Control V. So let's get that single profile. You're going to see you'll get the only profile which is available. So those are basically the two methods of performing routing. But like I said, I prefer this first method because it's very clear, straightforward, easily understandable. I just don't like this other method of stacking requests on the same route. So it's confusing. So guys, we have successfully built our backend for that project. We built 5 endpoints. I mean, we did it, right? We did it. We built 5 endpoints. We started by building our APIs, we started by building our endpoints, building everything together, and then after building everything together in one place, we did some refactoring, did modularization, and then we got the router, we got the controller, and then we got a very, very more beautiful and clean looking App.js file. So we have successfully implemented our API. We have successfully built our backend. All right, we have successfully built the backend. So in the next video, we are going to proceed to build the HTML client, and also the following video will build the React.js client, and the final video will build the Next.js client. So guys, this is it. All right, we're done with building the backend. So not against my promise, I promised to show you guys how I leverage VS Code for making commits, right? So right now, I'm going to bring out my terminal again. I didn't zoom in, so I just hope you guys were getting the video, we're getting a good view of my code editor, right? So I zoomed in now. I actually prefer that smaller zoom. I don't like this big size zoom. I mean, I don't like this zoom. I prefer the other zoom. So I'm going to show you guys how to. We already created our repo. We created our repo, remember? So having created our repo, we don't need to do any stress. We just make our commits. We stage our files, make our commits, and we push to GitHub. So let's split our terminal. You can split your terminal, right? So let's split our terminal, and then beginners will usually just clump everything together, right? add everything together and then push. But as a best practice, it's important that you don't just add everything together and push. For every related task you carry out, make commits on those tasks, right? For every related task you carry out, make commits on those tasks. So it actually makes sense for us to clump everything together and push, right? Because it's all related to the server. But I'm going to split my commits into two. I'll commit everything about the server folder, and then I'll commit the README afterwards. So let's add up all of these guys. All right, so you don't need to, you can target these files individually, right? I can say cd server, right? I want to go into the server folder, and then I can say git add. I can now target / I'm coming. Let me see. Let me keep an eye on the routing. So git add. I'm currently on the root, right? Git add. I can go directly app.js, and then you're going to see I'm going to stage app.js, right? So this is how staging works with Git. App.js is going to move from changes to staged changes, right? I just added app.js. So that's how you can follow them one by one and add them individually. Let me add the controller, right? So git add / I want to go into controllers. I'm currently on the home route, right? Controllers, and then / profile.js. So you're going to see now profile.js as well is going to get staged. So that's how you stage your files one by one, but that's serious, terrible hard work if you have a lot of them. So the best way is to leverage on this ability that VS Code gives you. So VS Code, just click on this source control icon here, and then you are able to stage files just by clicking this plus button, right? So right now I'm going to stage all the server files. I'm going to stage all the server files. All right, so I've staged all the server files. Aside staging the server files, aside staging them, right, you can equally, for example, if we have had previous commits on the repo, you are going to be able to explore your commits from this place, right? You can see the initial commit creating the repo is here. I can revert this commit just so easily. I can copy the share code. I can do amazing stuff right from inside of GitHub. Sorry, right from inside of VS Code. How does that happen? As for this commits feature, as for this commits ability, it's powered by what's GitLens? It's powered by GitLens. GitLens is an extension. It's powered by GitLens. So you search GitLens. GitLens, yeah, this is it, GitLens supercharged. So this is the extension you search, and when you install the extension, you're going to discover you now have access to this commit section on your source control area, right? Which is very, very helpful. Even after I make this commit, you're going to see it show. I can easily revert it without much stress. So I've made the commit, right? Have I made the commits? Yeah, I've staged, I've not committed. So now let me commit, git commit. Alright, good. -n, of course. This is how I make my commit message. For commit messages, I prefer using a keyword. Sure is a good keyword. I've done a lot, so let's call it sure. You can use refactor if you made some changes, right? You can use refactor if you made some changes. You can use assets if you are adding files, right? So I'm going to just call this sure. Like I said, I've done a lot, so it's a good keyword. And then created API. Okay, completed project server, right? Completed project server. Good. I'm now going to make the commit. You're going to see the commit is going to show here, right? See it here. Completed project server 6 seconds ago. I mean, this is dope. This is awesome. So completed project server, I can easily revert. It's just so easy. When I click, I can easily cancel the commit. You'll see all the files will come back here, right? So this is how VS Code helps me to be efficient. So let's go back. Let's redo the commit. So they're all going back, and then now I'm going to commit the README as well. So let's commit the README, and then let's give it a commit. I staged the README, sorry. Now I'm going to give the README a commit message, and then what do I call it? Is it refactor? No, refactor. Let me give it a show as well. Simple. Let's just say added project README. This commit is wrong. I'm going to revert it. Right? Can you see how cool it is? It's easy, right? So the README was added. it was already here when it came, so I shouldn't use added project with me. I should use updated project with me, right? Did I make any update even? Yeah, not update actually, just the space. But let's commit it, right? It's just the space, but basically I just want to show you guys how I use commit, right? So let's call it refactor, just a little change, created a single line, nothing important though, but git consider that as a change which should be committed. So git commit dash m refactor, you can say update on change or update, you can say update on readme file, update on readme file, right? Good. And then now we simply hit the push button. And then first of all, before we push, let's go back to our GitHub repo. You're going to see that our GitHub repo at the moment is still empty. It's still looking clean. Okay, this is the other project repo. The one we're currently working on is live. So YouTube live. You see it's still looking very much clean. So now let's go back to VS Code, and the moment we hit push, it's going to push our server up there for us with the update in the README file. So this is us successfully building the backend of our project from start to finish. That was, I mean, it's been eventful. I believe you've learned a lot. I believe you've enjoyed the process, right? So we've built our API, we've built the backend server, whatever you choose to call it. Now we've deployed to GitHub. I'm going to show you guys how to deploy. Let's refresh the page. I'm going to show you guys how to deploy this API that you've created to render. So as you can see, it's showing now. You can see everything we did is all here, right? So right now, let's go to render. Let's go to render.com, and then this is render.com. You just need to create an account, right? You just need to create an account. So I'm going to log in here. Am I logged in already? Okay, I'm logged in. I'll go to my dashboard. So when you create an account, you come to your dashboard, and when you come to your dashboard, what you simply do is you hit new, right? You hit new, and then you hit web service, right? And then it's going to bring out your GitHub repositories and tell you which do you want to connect to, right? You basically connect your GitHub account, right? So this is it, YouTube live, and then I click connect. The moment I click connect, we get to this page. I'm going to now do, I'm going to say developer files project YouTube. I'm going to give it live, L-I-V-E, live build. Okay, so select the region closest to you as well. I'm going to leave it at that. Branch is not me. Yeah, main branch, of course. The repo is on branch. Root directory is going to be server, right? Then go to runtime is Node.js. Then this says the command runs anytime you make a push. I added it at the intro, right? Render gives you CI/CD automatically, just like Vercel. So when you host your website on Vercel, the moment you push, automatically the changes you've made become implemented. That's CI/CD automatic. So render does the same as well, CI/CD for your backend. CI/CD means continuous integration, continuous deployment. So the moment you make a push, your code automatically deploys itself. So that is CI/CD for you. So Vercel does the same, render does the same as well. So we want to add a command so that anytime we make a push, that command will run. So we're going to add npm install to install any dependency we might have added to the project, right? So the next thing we're going to now do is a start command. So remember the start command for our server, right? We had a start command for our dev mode, which is node1 app.js, which is what we've been running here. Then node app.js starts our server on the original render server. So with this, we are very much set to go, right? Node app.js starts our server, npm install runs anytime we make a push, and then the next thing we want to add environmental variables. Remember our MongoDB and our port. So you hit this. Port isn't actually necessary. So we only add our MongoDB environmental variable. So render keeps your variable as safe as they can, so you don't need to be afraid, right? You just don't need to be afraid. Just trust them to it, I'm not vouching for them. This is not business advice. I must add that as a disclaimer, right? But I think it's okay if you trust them. Your opinion, your decision to make. So add environmental variable, right? That's all. We have added it. Then the next thing to do, we deploy. So hit create web service. It's saying, okay, no, we don't need another one, just one will do. And then you create web service. So we don't need port. They are going to automatically give us a port. I think that should be 10,000. So we just wait and hang on and wait to see. We just hang around and wait for our app to deploy. All right, so good. It seems to be going fine. Everything seems to be going good. Let's hope everything deploys successfully without an error. So once we deploy our backend here, we're now going to be using the backend link. This is the link. This is where we're going to be making our request from the front end to, right? So our service is live. See how it's showing, just like it was showing on our local host. But like I said, they automatically give us a 10,000 ports. They automatically give us a 10,000 ports. I'm coming. Logs. Is this the logs page? Alright, good. You can see everything is running. They automatically give us a 10,000 ports. So Render will give you this 10,000 ports if you don't add the ports. So no problem. Just go ahead and add other variables. Forget about adding a port. If you wish, you can go ahead. If you need to, you can as well go ahead. Then with that, I think we have finally successfully accomplished the build of the backend of our project.